But she's.
Right, and every time I kept forgetting to mention, I was like, yeah, no, it's okay,
Yeah.
it's fine. And I checked around, and it's really just when you do the roll call vote, it's supposed to
As
be.
long as it's just between us.
Yeah, that's all.
Where's Randy? Yeah, 'cause I told him I would get it for him.
Oh, what's
Because
that?
he does not want proclamation.
Little plaque.
Oh
Oh my God.
There's not a plaque, it's a paper proclamation.
Oh, this one, no, he's saying this thing he wants.
Oh, he wants it.
Oh, yeah, I see you.
That's a nice souvenir for him.
Who's that, Randy?
Yeah.
He does not accept, he does not want. And I said that I would even probably mention that. You
That's
made
so
someone
nice.
so happy.
That's what Eric says.
I got a lot of reason to do in like 8 minutes, though.
I like how we got there.
It's all right.
Rules of engagement. Which is really better, like, don't give our not mad.
Before the meeting, but I kind of.
I told this one earlier today, I was on it.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
No, thank you for asking me.
No.
I really appreciate it. I feel like I did a good deed.
Hey, Paul, how are you?
Where were you? You were off. Just an hour. I'm just trying to get my car in here. No, I'm a lot of those here. Yeah. I was about my managing.
I got snacks, I got minutes. Yep.
Until they, if I have the ground in here. Yeah, no, I'm getting for them. Yeah, promises. I'm gonna leave those. If you tell me I'll be producing video already. One is mine, I'm on the air. You all have access. I think it refers to them as selling. I don't think it was really. I did have the same reaction. I didn't get it. We've been saying this and you're ready, it's already once, he did not accept his proclamation. Okay. He made it clear that he doesn't want it. But are you going to make that statement? Are we gonna stand up and on behalf of anyone else? But I think it's when you come. We need to move on.
Oh, good. Here. Okay, good.
Well, I do that because I'm trying to get them, and they're sure about it, over it on the, you know, on the other side of the sidewalk, not on people's lawn. So, and it's easier. It's just, it's like the people. If you say you want to try right around the house, no, yeah. And then you pick this up in the front. Take this.
Yes,
Are we gonna actually go home?
I don't know, you tell me. That's not up to me, that's up to you. Hey, Al. I was able to switch it. I was able to switch it back to, or switch Jane, or you back over here and.
Yeah, it's like, you call me.
Yeah, so you know what, I forgot to tell you on Friday when it's like.
Okay.
Just have to read.
Why, I'm just curious, how do we come up with this?
But it normally happens.
Yeah.
So the roll call has been out.
While we're at it. I haven't talked to you, but if we can, I would figure that it's like. If she says.
Just check with her, make sure she's okay with it. No, no. Can you, sign her? So, I'll just sign that. That was. And.
Yeah.
There was one parent on it.
Oh, no, so it's our third time.
I think so. But Linda was so nice about it. She said, just. You can get, and I'll get, and Randy asked, thank you.
Let's Jane real quick if she can.
Yeah, that's fine.
Little bit. But you know what? In November.
No, it's much, I'm not sure. She's around somewhere, I just saw her though.
Thank you for chiming.
That's fine. I didn't get your point. I have her ready. Yeah, and I married it.
She already.
Yeah, right, that's what she wants to say. Alphabetical order, that I have, that required. Hey, you know. It's always. The mayor who last.
Yeah.
Meredith? Hi, you've been changed. He's gonna cry. Call the names in alphabetical order. How are you? Maybe like an old fashioned candy. I know. Yeah, close, I know. Okay, thank you. I got here the other day. I have, oh, look at that, sure. I have. Okay. It's for everybody, it's stuff that needs to be.
Music with chips. I don't know. I'm not, I've been involved in the.
Yeah. Oh, right.
No, the only reason we did 6 because we had to spend. No, it'll be 6:30.
Yeah, no.
John, can you see stuff for me? Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, so that's from the audit. There was the navigator thing.
Oh,
You're right. Yeah.
Oh, Meredith? Yeah. Thank you. You have to sit next to the Meredith. I usually go on the last week of the. It's rather. I think it's just like. Rather food. Is it? I read it on the house. Yeah. It's not gonna be, yeah.
Yeah. Are we ready to start?
Yeah. So I know that I was thinking about, but we're gonna talk about. So maybe just.
So no. So it should be. Ready to go? Right? Sorry?
Ready when you are.
Right?
What?
Well, that's a year.
What I have?
Right.
Oh, no, sorry. That was silly, I forgot.
Well, Greg was around. So let's see if he's- So just so you know, we can't see a big screen at all, so we can't see a little hand or something in the screen. Great. You know,
Yeah. It's not pretty good, I say.
okay, just wanted to make sure I was just getting stuff.
No, really, it's fine. The good thing is too, is that when someone raises their hand, it would automatically go up to that front screen. I don't have to. I'm good.
That's good stuff.
Yeah, so I'm good. Did you leave him a message or did you like me to text him? Larry?
Yeah.
Would you like me to text him or to leave him a message?
No, he's here. He's here. He just,
Okay, you know, believe it or not, I can see the sideways too.
he's here.
Wow.
Yes, Oh, and then. Hey, how are you?
Okay, are you ready to go? Yeah. Are you ready? Any minute? Greg, you're good? Good. Okay, folks, we're gonna get going. Allegiance. Allegiance to the.
America, for which it stands, one nation, under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I wish to announce that the 48-hour notice as required under the Open Public Meetings Act was emailed to the Asbury Park Press, the Co-Star, and the New Coaster on December the 13th of 2022. That a copy has been placed on the bulletin board in the borough office and that a copy has been filed with the borough clerk. Mr. Marco,
Present.
Mr. Noble,
Present.
Mr. Gubatose,
Here.
Mr. Weber,
Here.
Mayor Fox.
Present. Okay, good evening, everybody. We are here for the second meeting of the month and second meeting of the year. We've got a lot to cover. I would have given Kim Humphrey, our business administrator, an unofficial welcome back, but I don't think she's on. She may be getting on a little bit. She's been out for a little bit and she said she might attend, but I don't see her on the screen. But hopefully she'll be back. I think she's minimally targeted to be back next week, which is certainly a good thing. She's had a little couple of bumps in her recovery. I had mentioned it in a newsletter a week or so ago that we really want to try to start 2023. We're calling it a new day. That we're trying to kind of have a different vibe in this meeting and how we are interacting going forward. So I'm certainly really excited to have Councilwoman DeNoble and Councilwoman DeMarco. We've got a hell of a lot more diverse council than we had 6 months ago, so that's a very good thing, along with Councilman Weber and Gubatose. We did meet right after the new year as a group. We didn't violate an open public meeting because we was really training. We didn't have any discussion about town business. It was more around organizational development. How could we be more effective as an organization? So we scheduled 2 hours and we spent 3, and we actually scheduled another session. We're going to try to have that when Kim gets back, because Kim joined us for that session. We disagreed once or twice last year as a council, maybe 3 or 4 times. And we're going to disagree this year. We're going to have disagreements, and that's just part of the game. But what we want to try to do is, I think I'll quote a former president. We can disagree without being disagreeable. So, we want to try to keep it very constructive. So that's the way we're going to try to proceed. We do believe that'll give us a much more positive, brighter Bradley Beach, and it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take us some time and some effort. And we're going to have some glitches here and there. We might see some glitches tonight. Maybe we can work through those glitches, but we'll see about that. On your chairs, you should have gotten actually, I guess 2 documents. One was commitment to Bradley Beach, and that's something we constructed as a group. I'll read that. I won't read the rules of engagement because that's 11 items, but I think it's important to read the commitment to Bradley Beach. That as elected officials, everything we do must be based on one objective: to serve the best interests of all residents, businesses, nonprofits, and visitors at Bradley Beach, openly and honestly. We'll create an environment where everyone feels included, is treated fairly, and has access to government. Positivity in social media, town meetings, and other exchanges becomes our norm. So that's kind of an overview statement. We have some rules of engagement. You all have them in front of you, and we feel pretty optimistic that we can do better. So that's our objective, to do better. So what I'd like to do now is just turn it over to my fellow council members, let them comment if they'd like to comment. So we could just go left, right.
Sure. First of all, I would like to introduce and thank Eileen Flynn. She was the one that helped us, and she's the president of Legacy Teams. She helps leaders build legacies. Can you just stand up so everyone can say hello? She's also a resident here in Bradley Beach. She actually volunteered her time to work with us as a legendary team. So let's hope we're on the right path. And thank you so much. Again, she did not charge us anything for this, and she's just doing it as a resident and out of the goodness of her heart. And of the rules engagement, I have my 3 top favorites. Work together as a council to create solutions that work best for the residents of the borough through problem solving and compromise. That's how we get results, right? Number 2, we're all neighbors. Let's treat each other with kindness. Number 3, encourage and embrace public feedback. Now that I'm a councilwoman, I get really nifty magazines like this one. It's from the New Jersey municipalities. And this fellow right here is Raymond Heck. He's the president of the New Jersey League of Municipalities. He's also the mayor in Millstone. And I'm going to read a quote that he wrote in here that I liked. Listen to what the public is saying. They are your best source of intelligence on what's happening in your community. Respect the views and opinions of your fellow governing body members. So are we all going to have the same views and opinions? Sometimes, yes. Sometimes, no. But we can all have civility and we can all have respect. And I look forward to serving the borough with our new team with civility and respect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You don't have to clap, that's okay.
I thought that was so
I know.
beautifully delivered.
Oh, thank you.
I actually put together a little more of a prepared statement because I want to make sure I touched on a couple of key points. And I wanted to take everyone through a little bit of a chronology of how this council has actually worked together already with most of you not realizing it for the past month or more. But first of all, I also would like to thank our teamwork coach, Eileen Flynn. Eileen did volunteer her time and we're thrilled to have you encouraging the positivity of the council. And really just pushing us towards a better spirit of collaboration. I think tonight's meeting, in terms of how we got here, might serve as a very encouraging sign to our residents in that we've already taken a few steps in the right direction. As many of you may know, the professional appointments that we make tonight are a result of a lot of work by our council members. We review these really large proposal binders. It could be, it could be 50 or 100 pages of data that describe the firm's capabilities, experience, and financial information. In many instances, after we do that review, we follow up on references. We may talk to other folks in the industry to get feedback on these people. So there's a lot of work involved. The council started this process very late. We just got a late start. It possibly should have started early November, started later November by the time we received over 50 proposals. Keeping in mind that our typical target date for professional appointments is our reorg meeting on January 1st. Getting these proposals that late made the timeframe almost impossible to complete all the work that that we typically would go through. So the point I want to emphasize is that the council members together all agreed that we needed more preparation time. And we all agreed to move the meeting date for making these professional appointments to January 11th. Then we all prepared individual way sheets, and these way sheets are basically Excel spreadsheets or report cards, if you will, where we evaluate every potential professional. And these serve as written summaries of our evaluations. And then we all shared our ratings of these professionals openly with the mayor. Unfortunately, then we did have to postpone the January 11th meeting. And although we were disappointed by that, we all still worked together towards tonight's meeting. During the month of January, the full month of January, the mayor organized multiple one-on-one meetings with each council member to allow each of us to share our perspectives with him. So this is behind the scenes teamwork that most of you would not be aware of. During this process, I met with Mayor Fox on 3 separate occasions at Borough Hall, in person, one-on-one. That's important to share with the audience because those 3 meetings in person, one-on-one with Mayor Fox, that likely exceeds the number of similar meetings that I had with the mayor in all of 2022. So to me, I thought that was a fairly significant step forward for at least the 2 of us as members of the council. As Mayor Fox stated, we should welcome disagreement because it helps us see others' perspectives. And I believe that each member of this council wants to do what is right for the borough of Bradley Beach. That doesn't mean we will always agree on which path will best lead us there. But I would say tonight, don't be concerned when there is disagreement. What's really important is to observe how well the members of this council handle that disagreement. We must each continue to serve Bradley Beach to the best of our ability. As we do that, we must each demonstrate respect for the opinions of others. And finally, we must each continuously recommit to the transparent and honest delivery of our government, as we represent all of our constituents, each of us in our own diverse way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. You're up.
Hello, welcome everyone. Thank you, Councilwoman DeNoble, Councilman Gubitosi, and Mayor Fox for your insights as to our training. I'd like to highlight one of the rules of engagements, which was council members will demonstrate mutual respect and support each other through obstacles. During our training, Councilwoman DeNoble actually reminded us that we're each someone's sister, someone's husband, someone's grandfather, and someone's husband. And I will continue to give everyone, including the residents, the benefit of the doubt and assume good intent. We are neighbors, we are friends, and we are colleagues. And I look forward to be part of the council that values kindness and respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman.
Sure, thank you. So first real meeting of 2023, as you've heard, we started it off with a facilitated meeting right here in this room and included the BA, Kim Humphrey. And we did that to try to make 2023 better than last year. For me, the election's over. Campaign bank accounts closed. I'm not running for anything, I'm not raising money for anything, because that's what's right for me. And if somebody else chooses something different, that is fine. And that is the last you're gonna hear about that from me. One of the best things I took away from this facilitated meeting, it's kind of obvious, but it's that we can only be responsible for ourselves. You know, in our actions and our reactions, sort of I'll do me, you do you, and that's fine, and that's the way it should be. We're all individuals up here, so we should expect a variety of ways that we're all gonna approach the office. The important thing is how we're gonna work together. I've tried to maintain an attitude that, I know what this is politics. You win some, you lose some, and you really can't get that upset about any one thing. And quite frankly, you all out there in the audience, I think you shouldn't either. Don't expect to agree with anyone up here 100% of the time. Since I wrote this, I heard a quote attributed to Ed Koch, and he said, make a list of your top 10 issues, and if we agree on 6 of them, vote for me. And if you agree with me on 10 of them, you should have your head examined. I think it's pretty good advice. It's just not realistic that you're going to agree with everybody or anybody, any single person all the time. I'd ask everybody in the audience to seek understanding first. I am committed to doing the same. I'm also committed to picking up the phone more often. And I'd say, like Councilman Gubitosi, I just in this year, in January, I've spoken to the mayor a lot more, and that's been a good thing. At the end of the day, all we have up here is our vote, and we should use it as we see fit to protect the borough, to enhance the borough, and to improve the quality of life for everybody in the borough. I am optimistic that we can work together a little bit better. And I realize that working better together is going to start with me, and I'm committed to that.
Thank you. Okay, we've got. As I said earlier, we got a lot on the agenda tonight. We're going to try to expeditiously go through it. I'm hoping, as it relates to the conversation around appointments, I'm going to try to make some, hopefully, recommendations to move that along a little bit quicker with some compromises and hopefully some concessions, and we'll get to that when we get to that part of the agenda. But between now and then, we've got a lot to do. We missed the meeting in the 11th, so we got a lot of bills that are on the bill list. There may be questions on that, and we have some other items that we have to cover. But with that, I'm just going to really start motoring through here. We do have a workshop today, and it's good that it's raining outside, because across the hall, across the parking lot, there's probably buckets of it's underneath the ceiling in the Biazzi Center because we've had a continually bad roof there for a number of years. Councilman Weber reminded me last year that he's been here 6 years or something and been trying to get this thing fixed. So Kim embarked on this probably 6 months ago, brought an architect in. He clearly a flat roof is not a good thing. So he's going to talk to us about that a little bit tonight. Todd, if you can get the presentation going, hopefully. Kevin Settembrino is the architect that's been working on this.
I believe he's square in the middle where it says Kevin's iPhone.
I'm sorry.
I believe he's right in the middle where it says Kevin's iPhone.
Okay. So we're gonna, hopefully y'all can see this presentation. And it's gonna, what we're finding with our Wi-Fi, we might have to juice it up a little bit because it's caused us some problems with presentations like this, but hopefully we'll get through it. Kevin, are you on?
Good evening, Mayor. How are you today?
I'm okay.
Everybody can see okay?
Good. So Kevin, why don't you walk us through this presentation of this workshop?
Mayor, I can talk you through the drawings. I am driving at the moment, but I will tell you what's on the drawings and what the scope of the work is. Is that all right? So this project is for a roof replacement of the existing roof. It's about 4,200 square feet. And what we will do, the existing roof is a single ply EPDM rubber roof that will come off. Beneath that is a plywood deck. Below that is bad insulation. The existing bad insulation will be removed below the roof. New PVC roof, single ply 0.060 membrane will go down over the existing roof. The existing rooftop units, there are 2 of them, will remain in place. There are 2 exhaust fans that will remain in place with new factory fabricated curbs. All the parapet walls on the perimeter of the roof will be blocked up so that we have adequate vertical surface. There'll be metal coping around the edge of the roof. We'll maintain the same slope on the roof. We're also going to take the gutter in the back of the building. There's one gutter and 2 leaders. Right now, it's a 4-inch gutter and 2 leaders that go to grade. We're going to change that gutter to a 6-inch gutter and 2 similarly sized leaders. Those leaders are going to now go underground and will travel to the storm drain in the street. So we won't have any water in the cartway behind the building. Additionally, we found that one of the rooftop units is inadequately supported by the structure that's there. So we are reinforcing the structure, sistering up some joists adjacent to the rooftop units, one rooftop unit closer to the main street. And we're changing the girder from 3 2x10s to an LVL to support that load properly. So we do have a quote from a state contract vendor. So we don't need to, that accommodates the local public contracts law, and that will accommodate the work that's done and completed in our drawings. The name of the contractor is Provco Roofing. My office has worked with Provco on projects that range from 20,000 square feet up to 300,000 square feet. So we've worked with Provco for several years. They're a tried and tested contractor, and we would recommend this contractor for this roof under state contract in accordance with the local public contracts law. So there are three components again to this roof. One is a roof removal and replacement. Another one is structural reinforcement of the rooftop unit closer to Main Street. And the third item is the enlargement of the gutter and leaders and the storm and piping that storm drain directly to the storm in the street and not piping it at grade to the rear of the building. So these improvements, plus the insulation will be replaced. It's bad insulation under the roof. These improvements will, and plus there'll be a 20-year warranty on the roof as well. So Mayor, I think that gives you a scope of work with regard to the project.
Okay, great. Thank you, Kevin. So I'd really open it up to any of the council, ask questions or any concerns, comments that you have.
Do we know what our plans are for this building? Is it gonna be for the zoning offices? Like, what's the intention?
Well, right now, that's what's there. I don't see that moving anytime soon. We're gonna temporarily cram them in when we're doing this work, or at least that's the proposal for the front office here, but it's gonna be pretty crammed. The customer interface is gonna be horrible too, because, it's just not gonna be, if you've been to the, site across the parking lot, we've kind of opened that up so that people can see people, and then we were actually gonna build another counter, so, it's much more customer resident friendly. So there's no plans to do anything else. I do want to have a conversation with all of us around assets, because one of the first things I talked about 2 years ago was doing an asset inventory and really trying to get our heads wrapped around assets. That kind of forewent that because of the Bryan Avenue Church project, because that was kind of a domino effect. If that happened, then what about everything else? So I'm sorry, I gave you a long answer to a short question, but that's.
Actually,
So right now, there's no plans to do anything else, but have that there.
okay, I understand, okay. Also, I have a question for Kevin. Did you
Yes.
consider doing a truss roof, like a pitched roof instead, and maybe a longer warranty, like 40 years, if we did like timberline?
You're talking about asphalt shingle. So an asphalt shingle roof, the minimum slope for an asphalt shingle roof needs to be 4-on-12. So you'd actually have to build a new roof over this roof, which would well exceed the cost of the project at the moment. Number one. Number two, there's more than adequate slope on the existing roof to use a 0.060 single ply PVC roof and get positive drainage. So that, again, the Timberline is a 35-year product only warranty. This is a 20-year warranty, labor and material, which means if you have a leak within the next 20 years, that this product is under warranty, you will call Garland is the manufacturer. You will call Garland and they will come out and repair the leak at no cost.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I have a question very similar to Councilwoman DeNoble. I did not know that this was in the works and that we were looking to replace the flat roof with a pretty close to flat roof. And I had the same question, can we put a pitched roof and if the whole building faces south, we could have solar panels on it. And if I had known that this process was happening, I would have suggested that. I had this conversation with the mayor, but if you had to, back of the envelope, estimate that, Kevin, what would it cost to just put a pitched roof on it?
So
Yeah.
let me, I'm sorry, go ahead and I'll answer your questions in reverse order.
Frame pitched roof, what would that cost us? Because I think there's a lot of benefits to that. Again, you could put solar panels on it. I would think that we could get better headroom. I mean, one of the poor qualities of that building is that there's kind of a low ceiling and you put a bunch of people in there like we used to. And for events, and it just feels kind of cramped. So I figured with the pitched roof, we could actually raise the ceiling a little bit too.
Right, so what I would tell you, I don't have a cost for you on a pitch roof and changing the structure. Right now, the structure is wood joists that span from either the exterior perimeter wall to steel beams. You would have to change that structure, of course, so that you can open it up. Again, I don't have a cost for you. Similarly, to put solar panels on the existing roof, we do need to check the capacity of the roof to make sure that we have a reserve load of at least 6 pounds a square foot. We have not done that. I would tell you that you probably don't have that reserve load for the existing roof to accommodate solar panels. But if you were to design a new roof, a pitched roof, you can certainly design it for that. Solar panels should only be predominantly facing in a southerly direction. And those panels range anywhere from 300 watts per panel to 450 watts per panel. But again, we haven't investigated that cost. That cost would certainly exceed the cost to re-roof the existing roof as is.
And just to be clear, I'm not suggesting solar panels on the existing roof. I'm suggesting a new roof that's pitched. You can make it the ideal angle. for the sun, so for solar panels. So
Yeah, I just want to clarify a question. So are you saying, Kevin, that if you did the renovations as you're proposing, are you saying that it would not provide, in your opinion, the proper load to take solar panels? Is that what I heard?
That's correct. We had an issue with the RTU that's closest to Main Street. We think is under supported. We've required structural reinforcement sistering of 2x8, 2x10 joists, and the replacement of a triple 3x10 girder with LVL. So if that's the case for one RTU, there's no way that we have an additional 6 pounds a square foot reserve load for solar panels. Keep in mind, the reserve load is not for the panels themselves. They're for concrete blocks to hold down the racks, to hold down the panels from wind uplift.
Okay.
I got a question or two. Kevin, this is Al Gubitosi. Just following up, I had in my notes that you said this particular roof had a 20-year warranty for materials and labor. But the Pravco or Pravco summary that we were given suggests it's only a 2-year labor warranty. Which one is correct or both correct?
You're breaking up a bit. I think you're asking a question with regard to the warranty, correct?
Warranty for the labor in particular. I thought you said 20 years, but materials we were provided says 2 years.
So there's two warranties here. One is one would be a maintenance bond, which we can purchase as part of this project. It'll be 2 years after the project is completed, which means the contractor would come back and make any changes or corrections if anything was failing or not built properly. That is not applicable in this project under the way that we've structured this for the state contract consortium. This is a warranty by the manufacturer, Garland, by the roof manufacturer. It is a labor and material warranty, such that if there's any leak in the next 20 years, as a result of either material or labor deficiencies, they will come back and make that repair.
Okay.
At no cost to the borough. So that there's no bifurcation of labor and material warranty. It is one warranty. It is a labor and material warranty. And the end result is such that if you have a leak, you will call the Garland leak hotline. They will come out, they will repair the roof at no cost.
So just to make sure I'm clear, thank you for that explanation, but in the specifications we received, it does say it provides the manufacturer's Garland's 20-year roofing system warranty and 2 years labor. So again, it just seemed a little confusing to me because it was saying in that same statement with Garland's product
I see
warranty,
the same thing you're saying, yeah.
it was saying labor was 2 years, but is that just perhaps a typo? Is it labor 20 years?
No, I'm saying to you, there's the 20-year warranty for any leaks. You will get the warranty at the completion of the job. Garland will be inspecting the job as it's being built. So that they're not going to give you warranty when it's complete without them seeing it being constructed. Plus, I will watch it being removed and replaced as well. So it is just one warranty. There's no 2-year limit. It's a 20-year warranty.
So I guess the point on that, to Councilman Gubitosi's point, it does say and 2 years labor warranty. We either got that struck or it's a typo or something.
The 2-year labor warranty is applicable to the contractor. The 20 years is applicable to the manufacturer.
Okay.
Right. So
whoever does the work, is that what you're saying?
yes. So Pravco in this case will be doing the work. If there's any failure of product, any failure product in the first 2 years, they will come back and repair it at no cost. Beyond that point in time, it will be the roof manufacturer's warranty for 20 years. Again, from substantial completion, they will come and repair any leaks at no cost.
Got it. I understand it now.
And now, Kevin, my bigger question, and I have a couple of bigger picture questions. One is, I'm just blown away by the cost. 163,000 sounds to me a person lacking in knowledge, and yeah. I remember one.
Sure.
Anyway, it sounds like an awful lot of money for a relatively small building, relatively small roof. But, and I know you can't give us a sense for how much more it would cost at this point to have a pitched roof, but it sounds like it would cost substantially more. I have a related big picture question, and that is, if you're taking off this roof to say build a pitched roof at a higher cost, would this building's current structure, or is there anything we could do to, I don't know, improve the current structure that would allow us to add a second floor? Like, I want to get a sense for a maximum scope here. If we pitched roof and added a second floor, is that the type of number you could put together for us, or can it just not be done?
No, look, typically, these types of single-story buildings and the footings for the buildings are able to accommodate 2 stories and not 1. So you should be able to add a second story to this. However, the roof right now is accommodating roof load and not floor load, which means that the roof structure will need to be changed, modified, and increased to accommodate a floor load, and then you'll need to build a floor over that. So can you do it? Yes, you will wind up removing the entire roof and or adding structure to it. Right, so there's a roof load which is accommodated right now with regard to the structure, and then there's a floor load. Two very different loading scenarios. You don't have the capacity right now to accommodate a floor load. That would need to be changed.
And again, I asked the question only because there's already been interest expressed in a pitched roof. And if we were going to consider that, I would just ask the follow-up question: how much more to add a second floor? Is that an estimate that could be turned around fairly quickly?
I mean, look, we can certainly give you an order of magnitude number on that per square foot. Again, the building's about 4,200 square feet. This is prevailing wage construction. There's no economy of scale here. Look, even if I looked at a rough number, again, don't hold me to it. If I looked at a rough number, maybe it's somewhere between it's 5 big wood frame construction. Maybe it's somewhere between $300 and $400 a square foot, maybe closer to $3. That's my best guess without knowing much else about it.
So 1.2 million.
I mean, that's prevailing wage. Even if I took it at $300 a square foot, again, fully fitted out and conditioned, right? Because you would do that with the space as well. Please keep in mind, though, that anytime any municipality owns a building that has a floor that's not at grade level, you must make it barrier free. What does that mean? That means that you must have some type of elevator or lift, limited use, limited access, or Lula lift. Okay. There used to be an exception in the code with regard to buildings that are less than a certain square footage on the second floor. That exception has gone away. So that means that as a municipal owner, you need to make that second floor barrier free unless it is non-occupied, meaning storage or something of that nature. Right. So it would be an expensive proposition because you need to add barrier free access and stairs.
And my final question is there a less expensive way to repair the leaking roof?
Less expensive. You mean we're right now it's a single ply EPDM membrane, right? So it's if it gets punctured, it leaks. It's pretty straightforward. Although we were going to recommend the multi-ply built-up roof so that it has some redundancy based on the fact that you have 2 levels on this roof that we can't change. A PVC roof single ply 0.060 membrane was recommended to have the best performance. So we actually wound up switching manufacturers to get a better performance from a single ply membrane. Is there a less expensive way to do it? Not to get the warranty, and not something that I'd be comfortable with. I mean, can you put a roof over this? I suspect you can, but you're not going to get the performance that you're looking for what you're going to pay.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
140, that's pretty good. Starts talking 1.2 million. Okay, any other questions? Okay, we could open it for maybe 5 minutes of public questions, because it is a workshop. If anybody has any public questions. Yep.
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue. Mr. September, would it be possible to do the breakdown on a truss roof pitched, maybe 5 on 12, make the building more attractive? And then do the 35-year timberline, as you say, and they may even make an increased warranty product. But based on that cost, if we could get a 35-year warranty and have a more attractive building, that may be worth the additional funds, would it not?
Well, two things. We were speaking a little bit of apples and oranges here. The warranty on a dimensional shingle roof is 35 years for product only. That means if there's a leak on a shingle roof, they're only going to come and give you the cost for the product and not they're not going to fix the leak, right? So the variance between a warranty on a shingle roof versus a warranty on a low slope roof are apples and oranges, right? The leak will be repaired for the first 20 years at no cost to the borough for this specified roof. For a dimensional shingle roof, that's 35-year product only, right? So so there's no warranty if it leaks, because it's only a product. It's not product. It's not labor and material warranty. Number one. Number two, you can put a pitched roof on this building. It will be certainly more costly than it is to replace the current roof, and I suspect it would be more aesthetically pleasing. But it all comes down to aesthetics versus cost.
Sure. And so that being said, I just wanted to clarify. So Garland, if there is a leak, are going to supply the material and the labor.
That's correct. Garland will send out a team to repair the leak at no cost to the borough for the first 20 years. That's correct.
But it won't be the installer, it will be Garland supplying the labor and material.
That's correct. It'll be the manufacturer.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you. Any other questions? Yes. One more question, Kevin. I know you're on the road.
No problem.
I'm just curious, what is the master plan for all the municipal buildings before we start putting Band-Aids on a wall of an old building?
Yeah. That's a good question. It's more for me, Kevin. So as I just said before, I'm very interested in doing an asset inventory and then trying to configure our assets. In the meantime, we have made repairs, and we did hold off, as I mentioned to Councilwoman DeNoble. We have held off because of the focus we put on the study of the 319 Lorraine Avenue Church. That kind of put a hold on a lot of stuff because, again, if we were going to do something there, then you have to ask yourself about the rest of your assets. What are you doing? I believe we need to get onto that right now. Now, having said that, if you look at our recreation center a year ago and now, we moved forward and made improvements, significant improvements. It looks like a different building. My issue with this building is it's kind of like I treat my house. If I had a leak in my roof in my house, I'd be getting it fixed. For whatever reason, this roof across the parking lot's been leaking for, I know how long.
Yeah, no, it's been a while. And just to clarify what you said before, when we, 2020, when the start of my second term, I was dumbfounded to find out that it was still leaking because it had been leaking.
And it's not small
I had
leaks,
no idea that
it's buckets. It's pretty bad. So it's a problem. So I understand your point, but it's kind of a chicken and egg thing. At what point do we just bite the bullet and say we're going to repair this? Do I think this is going to fit into our asset plan, that building? I do. So I don't think it's a high risk. We have issues in this building. I'm going to point back there. The court, we've had to reconfigure some of the files because we have some repairs we have to do on this roof. Anytime we have a flat roof, it's a problem.
I understand.
So, yeah. So, that's what we're faced with. So you raise a valid point. I really want to make this, and as I said, I want to have more conversation with the council on this. I think it needs to be a key objective for this year that we really look at our assets and say, what are we doing?
I would just, thank you. I just don't understand putting a new roof on when we don't have another, we don't have, I'm not trying to say.
We don't have a master plan. Yeah, I hear you, but at some point, it's kind of, I feel like we gotta bite the bullet here because it's just,
a lot of money.
It's a lot of money,
Yes,
yeah.
It's a lot of money
It is.
that
Yep.
we might discover that we could have used elsewhere or done
Yep.
something else.
Yep.
To make
But
it.
again, I say if you went home tonight from this meeting and you had a leak in your roof, what would you do?
I would repair it, but I wouldn't have let it get to this point either.
I can't agree more. Thank you. Yeah, yes.
Hi, everybody. Rich Getzman, 600 Third Avenue. Mr. Mayor, what you said, flat roofs are problems. Yes, I'm living proof of that, not with me personally, but my house that we had. We had a beautiful custom home up in Randolph, New Jersey. I like the idea of the flat roof. We were there for 20 years. There were 3 major repairs we had to make on the roof. First one was redo the one that we had with this membrane material and such. We got manufacturer's guarantees. They did. In our case, they did not do it. They squirmed out of it one way or another. It was all our fault. We didn't build it.
Sorry. Don't know why that was on. Sorry.
We build the house. Okay, a contractor did. But we were let down. The second report I had repaired that we had, I found out that the absolute best roof material to put on a flat roof was they call a rubber roof. You got a rubber roof put on, incredibly expensive for a deal. That means, not only that, it took out, we have 2 stories high dining room with these very tall custom windows. All of those had to be replaced because of all of the water intrusion, and we had a huge carpenter grant problem because of moisture. Third time that we had it repaired, we did the right thing. We added kind of a half a story on the building, and we had a slope roof put on, and to this day, it's up for sale right now. And the house looks like the day that they left construction, putting that roof up, shingle roof. In our case, we have a great opportunity to put in some needed additional space for the town. Adding a story to something that is very economically feasible. Add your slope roof, add your solar panels. And find an alternative to prevailing wages, you could probably reduce the project greatly. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll come back to this later on. Kevin, we appreciate your time. And we'll be back.
I got my hand up, guys.
Oh.
Sorry, sorry to butt in, but Don Greenberg, 302 Park Place Ave. I wanted to ask Kevin, if you put a flat roof on, will that flat roof support a solar system?
When you say if you put a flat roof on, there's a low slope roof on there right now. It's
Right.
it's wood joists. When you say, are you talking about the roof structure or the membrane?
Well, both. Would the membrane you're putting on and the current roof structure support a solar system?
No. So the membrane has nothing to do with the structural capacity of the roof. Structural capacity of the roof needs to again add another 6 pounds or have 6 pounds of reserve load to incorporate a solar panel array. So
Okay, well, would it void the warranty if you put a solar panel array on there?
no, we've done it before. No.
Okay. And thank you, Kevin. And the only other thing I would like to say is that PVC is a pretty toxic substance in the production of it. If we want to be a sustainable town, we might want to think about other options instead of PVC. One of the byproducts when you make PVC is dioxin, which is one of the most toxic substances that can be found. So PVC is probably not the best sustainable choice. And I do remember, getting back to structure, I do remember that former Councilman Bennell had said that the structural integrity of that building would not support a second floor, so that you might want to get a structural engineer to look at that before we entertain the option of putting a second floor on there. And that's about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other hands? I can't see.
I do not see anybody else.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you. I'm going to rely on you, Erica, to
that's okay.
thank you. Okay, we'll move to the next, again, thank you, Kevin.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll now move to presentation of bids. Eric, do you have the,
I put it there, but I can give you,
yeah, please.
no problem.
Okay, we have, got the first one up, right?
Yes.
One. Okay, thank you. So we just have three, short, presentations of bids. First, Erica's gonna lead, Erica lead. Followed by me, followed by Councilwoman.
Good evening, everybody. I'm going to be reading a proclamation for Councilman Randy Bennell. Borough of Bradley Beach. Proclamation recognizing Councilman Randy Bennell. Whereas Mr. Randy Bennell has faithfully served his fellow citizens as a councilman for 6 years, from January of 2017 to December of 2022. And whereas Mr. Bennell has performed of his own volition, sorry, many endeavors to benefit his community, and has been an active volunteer on boards and committees dedicated to the betterment of life for the residents of the borough. Whereas Mr. Bennell has also given willingly, and he has contributed immeasurably to the success of community endeavors for many of his fellow citizens. Whereas Mr. Bennell will retire from his position as councilman on December 31st of 2022. Now therefore be it resolved on behalf of the mayor and council and employees of the Borough of Bradley Beach, wish to extend their appreciation for his service to the borough and wish him well in all of his future endeavors.
Thank you. Okay, I won't stand for this Borough of Bradley Beach proclamation recognizing Councilman Tim Sexsmith. Whereas Mr. Tim Sexsmith has served the Borough Council for 3 years and 1 year as council president in 2022. Whereas Mr. Sexsmith has given generously of his time and effort as a member of the Borough Council with diligence and effectiveness, and has made a constructive contribution to his associates and to the community. And whereas Mr. Sexsmith has also been an active volunteer on boards and committees dedicated to the betterment of life for the residents of the borough. Whereas Mr. Sexsmith has performed his duties to the council with character and dignity. He will be missed both professionally and as a friend. And whereas his service to the borough he has given willingly and has contributed immeasurably to the success of the community endeavors for many of his fellow citizens. And whereas Mr. Sexsmith will retire from the position of council on December 31st, 2022. Now therefore be it resolved that the mayor and council, borough employees and volunteers of the Borough of Bradley Beach wish to extend their appreciation to Mr. Sexsmith's contributions and service to the community. Thank you. Okay, Councilwoman.
I'm going to read a certificate of appreciation presenting to Dr. George Heflick. He finished his term on the Shade Tree Commission and he served as chairman. The mayor and council recognizes the dedication and long hours of hard work that Dr. Heflick devoted to the Bradley Beach Shade Tree Commission. This volunteer spirit provided tremendous support to our council officials, borough employees, and to our residents, and will always be appreciated. And just on a personal note, I am a friend of George's and I'm also a commission member. And I'd like to add that George leaves behind a solid legacy of strategies, of guidelines and trees. And we thank you, George. You planted the seeds for Bradley Beach to grow and flourish for generations to come. Thank you.
Are you going to cover the succession and the shade tree in your comments later on?
Yes, I am. Yes.
I won't.
Okay, great. I
Good.
got that
Thank you.
covered.
Got
You
it.
got
Thank you. Okay, approval of minutes, number 7, December 27th, 2022, special council meeting, for, I'm sorry, for, let me start again. Approval of minutes for the December 27th, 2022, special council meeting. Make a motion to approve those minutes.
Second.
Mr. Noble,
I was not at that meeting, so I'll abstain. Right?
Mr. Marco,
Abstain.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. Approval of minutes for the January 1st, 2023 council reorganization meeting. Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Ms. DeNoble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Okay, we'll now go to public comments pertaining to the 125 agenda, 5-minute limit, single instance to speak per participant, whether in person or virtual. Try to keep us honest with the virtual again, Erica. I have trouble seeing those little hands.
Yes, that's fine. I can see.
Any
the-
questions on the agenda? Yes.
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue. I appreciate the workshop, Mayor. But the specifications really should have been included in the other documents, so it would have made it much easier for the public to decipher the work session. Also, I'm disappointed to see that it's on for a vote the same night you had a work session. It was the understanding that that wasn't going to be how things were done. So again, I guess things just keep changing. The green spot is also a little troubling for me because the contract and documents were not there for the public to decipher exactly what's going on. So fortunately, I did an Oprah request for it. And our clerk, Ms. Costa, she was nice enough to give it to me as the meeting started. So I had about 4 minutes to decipher it. I just, again, don't think this is fair for the public. But I just want you to understand in what she gave me, it says the company will have the right to add space on EV charging station and may otherwise use advertisements on or inside the vehicles at locations on the borough or other websites and mobile locations. GreenSpot anticipates using the ad space during the term of the project. So not only are we getting these charging stations, which may be old technology, I haven't been able to review the specs, so I don't know. But also now we're gonna have advertising on these, you know, so again, I don't know what type of advertising. I kind of envision when you go to the gas station and there's a little TV monitor on there flashing at you. Who knows what it could be? Again, we need specifics and we need to be included. You made a quote tonight, which I thought was kind of interesting. You said, it's part of the game. Well, this isn't a game.
Part of the game. right?
Yes, that's a quote about when you commented on this. You said it's part of the game. This isn't a game. I don't think a shareholder meeting of Johnson & Johnson is a game. It's a serious event. We're shareholders here. We need to be included, Mayor. Also, then I'd like to comment on, because I only have 5 minutes, it's a double meeting. I would appreciate it if you gave me 10 minutes because it's double the amount of work. So if you'd like to make that motion and give me 10 minutes, I would appreciate it.
Nah.
No? Okay, yeah. Okay, great. I just wanted to address a couple of things here. One is the resolution for the police chief. And the reason is, you know, it needs to be done right for the chief. It needs to be done right for us. And it needs to be done right by the council. Now, I know you haven't been here very long, but there was a previous case in 2016 where there was a lawsuit over the presentation of the chief's contract. And this really isn't fair, but you put a resolution up to approve the chief's contract and there's no consideration. So we, the public, do not know how much the payment schedule is. The contract is not posted in additional documents. So it's really not fair again to us, and it's not fair to the chief. So I would request that you table that for tonight, put the consideration in the resolution, and attach a copy of the chief's contract for everyone in town to review and get it done the right way. Like you canceled the meeting because you were an hour late getting it posted because you were concerned about people suing. Well, do it right. You said, let's do it right for 2023. So I would make that recommendation and I would appreciate if you gave everyone a little more time because again, this is a double meeting. It's really not fair to us, but thank you very much. Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
Nancy Meadow, Ocean Park condominiums. I basically would support probably 99.9% of what Mr. Cohen said. And I'd like to point out that in my 5 minutes, there were over two ordinances and 43 resolutions which to address. That's less than 7 seconds each. I resent that. I resent the fact that we don't get more time, and you up there can speak for however long you want. We at least should have double access, and I've said that before. I'd also like to say that you can say whatever word you want on this. You can quote whatever you want in the meeting of the first in CoStar when Mr. Texto is here. Your actions speak louder than words. And quite honestly, when you denied us the opportunity to speak at the reorganization meeting in the first portion, that set the tone right there for exclusion, not inclusion. This is the first time since December 13th that we, the people, have had an opportunity to speak on resolutions and those kinds of things. I'm not going to get in there. But again, not mentioned, who's here that's getting compensation from the borough? Again, are you including us as well as the other people? I don't think so. And the rest of my comments, because I'm not going to go through every resolution as to why do we need these consultants who need professional people supposedly working here. I'm sick over all those people, as well as there is no backup. We don't know what you're paying them, why we're paying people to sit here by the hour, but everything else is villas. And once again, I say, stop spending. And I was told things would be reclassified. They're not. I can be vague and say, what's the difference between an event and a special event? We spent $246 on postcards. Page 1. I spoke on December 13th about the ridiculous amount of money we spent shipping in beef standards. That was December 13th, we paid that bill, which I would assume to be the first bill of beef standards. But now we're putting $100 deposit. Something's not right there. We have meters that we're paying for. Where do we have meters? Why are we paying the library bills? We're paying $68.90 in shipping to Oriental Trading. I've been doing business with them since 1992. I have never paid a shipping charge. An electric parking sign. We leave electric parking. I can go on and on. 6 months of bills from Stewart's Hardware for $3,400. Christmas light. Page 27. The green spot thing. We're going to be determined where those are going. I don't think so. I think when you get a contract, you specify where things are going. Because every time we don't specify is when we get wrong. I guess would be the right way to say it. The chief, again, with this contract, it's my understanding it's going through the end of 2024. Good for him. I believe he turned 65 prior to that. I think the contract should only run through that age and then be determined afterwards. We spent $335 on note cards. Are they, how many do we get? Are they letterpress or are they copper plate engraving? That's an awful lot of money for note cards. Lots on buildings. This is the building was for today's meeting, not the one, the prior one we missed. $875. Page 6 and 7 flag. Where are the flags going? Again, I was told by this administration that things would be straightened out and clarified with the new year. I don't see it happening. Staples for camp. We're paying now a bill that's dated October for camp. It includes Slim Jims and muffins. Quite obviously, this borough is not spending their own money. They're spending my money. And what I say to the legislators is you're put in a bad position because these things have already been brought to us. I've said that before. But maybe what you can do is start legislating every little nitpicky thing to try to get something done for the people, because we do not feel that we're doing that.
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, Julia Titus, 605 North Avenue. I just want to bring up two things, the green spot. Mayor, I know that you and I had email correspondence in regards to green spot. And I would like to make a recommendation to council here is to vote no to that resolution. That has been poorly planned out. We have not been educated, the public. We do not know enough about this company, nor do we know where these vehicle charging stations will be going. And also the fact of the matter is it old technologies? And now hearing advertisement on these, I mean, there's just too much at stake right now, and we need more information. Hey, they could be the right thing for us, who knows? But you have not given us the appropriate information. And again, this is our money. This is not personal bank accounts here. And you have to do what's best for us and not for special interests. And that also goes in line with the Biazi Center. We're hearing this now that we have a problem with the roof. Councilman Weber said this is the first he's heard of it, that we're going to be fixing the roof. And that again is something, it's not well thought out. Now, do we have to get things fixed? Yes, we do. However, we need a bigger plan as to what's going to happen with this building. Now, $160,000, it's probably going to go more than $160,000. That's a lot of money to repair a roof. Maybe we do go to a second story, but again, know your assets, know what we're going to do, and let's put a hold on this. That's a lot of money right now. So again, you talked about on this, residents first, and let's keep our spending. Let's do smart spending. And also, is this the only vendor we can use, Graco? Are there others? Do we have other bids? Do we have better pricing? There's so much more that needs to be unearthed here, and also that all the council members need to be educated on, as well as the residents. So I hope that you all vote no on Green Spot and vote no on the Biazi Center repairs as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
My name is Shashia Crunchfield with Avenue. I am absolutely opposed to Green Spot and having advertisements on it. That is just not what I feel our town should be promoting. No way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Good evening, Linda Duffy, 312 Brindley Avenue. I oppose Green Spot also. First of all, I think we're jumping the gun on even entertaining having this come to our town. People in town that have electric cars have the charging stations in their garages already. This is something just for visitors, I feel, and people that are visiting the town, not for the people that live here. The gentleman that gave us the presentation on Green Spot said it takes 6 to 8 hours to charge a car. Right, so where's the parking? We still have no parking.
Yeah, I just will make a comment. I've gotten requests from probably 3 or 4 residents.
3 or 4 residents.
Well, just again, I'm just saying 3 or 4 residents that I know of have come to me and said, you know, are we gonna move on this because they have electric vehicles? I'm just
So
making.
they're charging now. Obviously, they're doing it somewhere.
They're doing it at the factory outlet place in.
Most employers now that have big businesses have charging stations that work.
Yeah, yeah.
Correct.
I-
So
I-
I'm just, you know, I think it's a little early for us to even entertain this
Yeah.
because, you know, when you think about it, new technology with the charging stations, I heard that Green Spot had an issue in Asbury Park with their charging stations already.
I talked to Mayor Moore,
But anyway. regardless.
last week, the mayor of Asbury Park. Actually, Green Spot's been in Asbury and in Red Bank. Asbury's been up for, he said 4 months, and he said it's really gone well. That's just his comment.
But they have, it's a different situation in Asbury Park with the way their town is situated. This is more of a, I don't know how to say it. I consider Asbury Park more of a city. This is a family neighborhood. This is.
Well,
this is-
yeah, I did talk to the mayor of Red Bank too. They are upgrading because they've been doing it for a while. So I just look for feedback, you know, what's the feedback? Yeah,
Thank you very much.
thank you. Okay, is there any hand?
We have 2 hands up. Who's them? Okay, first we have Kristen Mahoney. Good evening, Kristen. Ms. Mahoney
Hi, thanks.
from,
Kristen Mahoney, 200 Lorraine. Just a couple things. One, I also oppose Green Spot. I think it's another way again that we're selling the town. Number two, with regard to the police chief's contract, I second what TJ Cohen said. We shouldn't have to Oprah the police chief's contract. It's our money. It goes into our budget. This is the second time we're doing a vote on it and we still don't have any transparency into it. And I know on the agenda tonight, we're talking about hiring an architect to redo the rec center. Since we are one of the densest towns at the New Jersey Shore, I was hoping maybe the architect or the council could see about getting a spot in the rec center to have a dog park. I know we're gonna try to get, I guess we're trying to get a grant tonight. There is a $25,000 grant. There's 4 of them given out every year by Pet Safe. It's called Bark for Your Park. I believe they give out $100,000 every year. And I'd love if we could look into that. Since we're such a dense town, we also have a lot of dogs and the dog beach is great, but having a dog park for our dense town would be great as well. So if we could build something into the grant for our dogs, I think that'd be wonderful. And those are my comments.
Thank you. Okay, I can't see it.
okay, that's okay. Next we have Donna. I'm sorry, your last name is cut off.
Donna D.
Hello, I'm Donna Mancini,
Thank you.
and I would like to object to Green Spot, and I would like to say ditto to the neighbors who have already spoken. I would just like to add that one of the locations selected by Joe DeSimone of Green Spot was 97 McCabe Avenue. He proposed putting 4 pumps in front of 5 townhouses. In Philadelphia, they would call them row homes. These 5 foot slabs of concrete would be 2 to 3 feet from our front lawns. We would lose privacy and safety because anybody can come and park their cars in front of our homes all hours of the day and night. In addition, there would be 5, maybe 6 parking spaces that would now be taken up by parallel parking cars who would come to Beach Block to fill up their electric vehicles. Now, Mr. DeSimone feels that this is an optimum place to place these pumps. However, I've checked with Blink and a number of other organizations, including the Fuels Institute organization, who opposes any placement of these units close to individual homes. I'm here to represent my neighbors on McCabe Avenue, my neighbors on Ocean Avenue. There are a number of apartments, complexes on McCabe Avenue, condos on Ocean Avenue that don't have any parking. Now we're going to take away 5 parking spots from this optimum parking area to put in some 4 pumps on top of our beautiful. If you haven't been to 97 McCabe and 95, 99, please come visit. We have beautiful green lawns that we have placed there because, as many of you may know, we are prone to flooding at the corner of McCabe and Ocean. Now, they're going to take away all of our wonderful grass that is from the curb to the street, and they're going to put concrete slabs on it. I have been in communication with Mr. DeSimone, and he is committed to putting these units in front of private homes. I'm not talking just about us. I think none of my neighbors in Bradley Beach should have to suffer the stress and anxiety that we have all had to suffer, not knowing when the sword of Damocles will fall on us and these units will be placed in front of our homes. So I rigorously oppose green spots, not only for us, but for all of my Bradley neighbors. If you're going to have EV charging stations, they should be on Main Street where the people can be entertained. They should be, I don't know, Darcy's Bar where you can go and watch, soccer.
Ms. Mancy,
Yeah? Yes? I can't hear you. I was cut off and I didn't.
yeah,
I
can
did
you
not
hear me
hear
now?
what you said.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Sorry, the computer backed up. Yeah, you're over your time. So number one, certainly hear everything you're saying. That location was removed. McCabe Avenue initially was on the east side of McCabe. It's really on Ocean Avenue across from McCabe. But anyway, as a practical matter, most of these are on Main Street or in this parking lot right here. There's certainly design work to be done, and we appreciate your comments. Okay, any other hands?
I saw Fran Giordano's hand up. Fran, did you want to
Yes.
speak?
Yes, Fran Giordano, 100 McCabe Avenue. I'm not going to take up more of your time and reiterate every single thing that Donna Mancini just said, but I do want you to say that we also completely oppose the idea of placing these EV stations at 97 McCabe. I'm glad to hear that you said it was removed, and I would like some reassurance that it's not going to be planned there in the future. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Ms. Lady. Good to see you.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Jean Leahy from Park Place Avenue. I definitely oppose the green spot. Listen, if you give in, this is a nice community town. We're all here because we love this town. And who needs all that? I have a hard enough time parking on the street as it is now, so I do not want them at all. And I have one more question to say about the Blasi. The Blasi building was built for seniors, by seniors, it's on the thing. And we've been displaced, we seniors, we're fine in the firehouse, but it's not that convenient. And if you do build up, would you let us come back, we'll give us a spot there? That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hi, Linda Carrazza, 709 Ocean Avenue. I'm for what Donna just got done saying, and a couple of us here in the building actually want to know where are these spots supposed to go? And that we have such a hard time parking without the spots for the EV, station. So do we have a map? Do we know where they're going?
Yeah, there's some, it's really been evolving, but most of there's a couple in this parking lot. There's one, I think on, these are proposed. On the side of Riley Park. There are on either end of Ocean Avenue, and actually, I think it's 1217, the very last thing on Ocean Avenue. They've actually requested that we put them there. That location, they actually came to us and said, could you put them there? And actually asked us to put them in a parking lot, which I said, we can't do that.
Yes.
In a private parking lot.
It seems to me that there's more, there's like a preference, like if I have to go get gas, I have to go to a gas station, right?
Correct.
We're putting these throughout the whole town, and it seems like it's mostly up front, Ocean Avenue area.
No, it's Main and Ocean. Yeah, yeah. It's actually more in Maine than Ocean.
But again, it's in a town that has hardly any parking in the
Yeah.
summer. I mean, I don't leave my house because I don't want to lose my parking space. So now you're taking, more spots for somebody else that's got privilege. I mean, it sounds like it's just, weighing to the side of someone who has an electric car, they're not buying an electric car, it's like a park. And then nobody can use those spots except if you're charging your car. It just doesn't seem fair.
Appreciate it. Thank you. No more hands. Erica, no more hands.
I do not see any more okay, that's not a hand to speak. Okay, no more hands.
Okay, good. All right. We'll move to communications. Got a couple things there. Salary increase memo for Officer Yanni Javakis. Shade Tree Commission memo and a memo on the approval to waive municipal raffle fee for $20 for the PTA. We've got a lot of resolutions. We got them broken out.
Ordinances now?
I'm sorry.
Ordinances now?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I skipped the page. Thank you very much. So ordinances, well, we're done with communications. We're gonna go back to number 9. I went out of sequence. My apologies. We have 2 ordinances. One is a bond ordinance 2023-02. The ordinance providing for McCabe Avenue stormwater outfall improvements, appropriating $1 million thereof, and authorizing the issuance of $1 million in bonds and notes to finance a portion of the cost thereof, authorized in and by the Borough of Bradley Beach, County of Monmouth, New Jersey. First, ask if there's any council comments on that. Yes.
I have just one. I believe, but I'm just asking to confirm, is this all tied to the beach utility? So from a,
Yeah, we checked with,
that service to clear all the beach utility.
Anthony was coming through the stratosphere here. No, we checked out with Anthony and it's beach. Yes, yes.
That's my only question. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, I'll move to make a motion to approve ordinance 2023-02. Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. DeMarco?
Yes.
Ms. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. For adoption, we have 2023-1, the calendar year 2023 ordinance to exceed municipal budget appropriation limits and to establish a cap bank. I'll make a motion to open the 2023-01 adoption hearing. But well, first council comments. I'm sorry, before I open it. Any council comments? If not, I'll make a motion to open 2023-01 adoption hearing for public comments. I have a second.
Second.
Ms. DeMarco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Yes.
Thomas J. Colan, 612 Third Avenue. Annually, I always object to this ordinance. The legislature has told us, oh, you're gonna have a 2.5% cap on spending. Okay, then they create things that are outside the cap. Then they say, oh, we can increase the cap to 3.5. But they've also added more things outside the cap. So my objection is, when do taxpayers get what they told they're gonna get? Because we're not getting controls on taxes in New Jersey at all. And this is a reason why. There's always a way around it. Our tax bills go up every year. And I would recommend that you vote no. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. I'll make a motion to close the adoption hearing and move to approve resolution 2023-01.
Second.
Ms. DeMarco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Oh, okay. Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Okay, we'll go to 11. We've got this.
I just have a quick question about communications.
Sure.
I did find a typo on the Shade Tree Commission memo.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, it says Councilman John Weber will serve as an alternate Shade Tree. It's actually additional. As per ordinance, we have 2 liaisons for that commission. So I just would like to have that corrected.
Did you correct it?
Additional?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is what.
I actually got that got
Yeah,
that.
I have it. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
I'll give that.
Thanks, Eric.
Yeah, the reason that was, it wasn't actually a typo. I had a meeting with,
Larry Bagwell.
Larry, thank you. Is
Yeah.
it Bagwell? Because we got Bagleys and Wells. so-
Yes, I
so it's
know. Yeah, Laura Bag.
Larry and with Nick,
Yeah.
and actually I think there was one said as alternate, so I didn't look at the order. So.
That's okay. Yeah, just- I checked the ordinance and.
Yep.
Okay, so one more time, additional alternate liaison,
No,
No, no.
no alternate, just additional liaison.
Because there's two, the ordinance says
Gotcha,
there's
okay,
two.
additional liaison, got it, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, consent agenda for the council business meeting, not the organizational stuff. So we've got a number of items there. We've got the 2023, the bill list for January 25th, 2023, 2023-21, the approval of refund for electrical and mechanical permit fees for 306 Evergreen Avenue in the amount of $120, 2023-22, approval of refund for a street opening deposit for 615 Lorraine Avenue at the amount of $500, 2023-23, approval of an escrow deposit refund for 414 McCabe in an amount of $760.75. 2023-24, approval for Clean Ocean Action to conduct their annual spring and fall beach sweeps, April 1, 2023, and October 21, 2023. 2023-25, authorizing the cancellation of tax and sewer payments under and or over the amount of $10. 2023-26, approval of raffle license for the Bradley Beach Elementary PTA and waiver of $20 municipal raffle fee. 2023-27, approval of the
Cephalus.
Thank you, Association to conduct their 5K walk on Sunday, September 10, 2023 from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. Approval of for Nesivus Incorporated to conduct their 5K run on May 14th, 2023 from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. 2023-29, approval of the American Littoral Society to conduct their lobster 5K run and walk on Saturday, April 29, 2023 from 9 to 11. And 2023-30, approval of National
Scleroderma.
Thank you, Foundation to conduct their walk on Saturday, May 6th from 7:30 to 1 p.m. This may be a record for the amount of 5K walks and runs we have in a, so.
Yeah, they all came in at one time. These are organizations that apply every year. And they are all like old walkthroughs, but they still need to get permission to do their walk through the town. They just all came in at once this time.
Before you just, can we ask some questions, Mr. Mayor, on the bill list and some of these other things? Before you go into motion.
Sure.
So, Erica, since you seem familiar, the ones that are runs, you sure they're just going through, there's no water
Yeah.
station that they're setting up? So, okay.
No.
That's good, because that gets.
No, the only one is the hydrocephalus, because I think they do like a little speech or something like in the beginning. I remember I had emailed you, I said there was one of them that was. They do like a little speech in the beginning in the gazebo, and then they just go right into their walk, and they're on the Bradley Beach Boardwalk.
Okay.
But the other ones are just to pass through, like the Cebos starts at Lock Harbor through Bradley Beach to the next town, turn around, go back.
How's that? I have the list question.
I was gonna just add on to your question there, though, John.
What if I don't allow you?
Well, it would be very inefficient.
Okay, go ahead.
Eric, I was just gonna add, are these all, I've been assuming they're all not-for-profit organizations.
That's correct.
Is that true?
Yes, that's correct. They do have to pay a fee though to apply, for the application, which they all have. I've gotten all their paperwork, their certificates of insurance. So I made sure all the Ts were crossed and the Is were dotted before I put them on the agenda.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, so bill list questions. I just have a couple. I don't know if we're gonna be able to get them answered here, but
See,
on page 5, for Civics Plus, this is a small change, but it says it's a finance charge on an overdue bill. Civics Plus does our website, I believe, correct? It's not $128, but does that mean like we missed some kind of payment and we're paying like a finance? It says finance charge. So like and it's also dated for June of 22. So like how, does that mean we missed a payment? Did anyone we flag that and ask?
I could certainly ask that question. I don't have the answer to the question.
Okay, and then the other one is just on the next page, well, no, say it's 6. For Colliers, the engineering's 14th, it's almost $15,000. This is for the McCabe outfall repair. Can we somehow pay this? We'll just stuff we can bond for, what was it, $1 million? Does this come out of that, or does this come out of the town budget?
I believe that's gonna get tucked in once we approve the bond, I believe. I'll follow up on that, Councilman, but I'm pretty sure that's what we
Just
just
gonna
do.
Right, and that'd be great, but then also like, well, if it's on this bill, it's we're actually paying it, so I don't know how that works. But,
Well, no, but part, the work that's really, the work they've been doing to date, estimating, and, they've had a number of site visits. We did a site visit, Councilwoman DeNoble actually joined me a couple weeks ago on a site visit where we had the materials guy in, and they're coordinating a lot of that. So that's a lot of the work that would have been encompassed in that estimate.
Okay.
But I'll confirm that.
So should we hold that bill until we get confirmation that we can roll it into the bond, or?
We're gonna have to pay it one way or the other.
Okay.
So I would say pay it, and we can make a journal entry after the.
Okay.
Yeah, yes.
But it would still. Yeah, I mean, it's not clear to me if it comes out, just had a discussion about the whole. Bond, and just it coming out of beach fund, or being backed up by the beach fund.
Right.
So would this come out of beach fund as well?
Yeah, we would just make a journal entry.
To be honest, I don't.
Yeah.
Mind. People coming to our beach paying $15,000 as much as the taxpayer, so, okay, thanks. I think that's it on the bill list. Yeah, thanks.
I also had a bill list question.
I'll get you the answer to the question, but I'm
Okay.
the 128, but the other, I'm 99% sure. Yeah.
The bottom of page 11 and top of page 12, there's a series of bills, I guess, from Pullman, Vania, Allison, PC. And I know this is the firm that we pay, I believe it's 70,000 a year for their the CFO services, as well as
Yep.
paying the CFO separate.
Yep, that's correct.
But but there seem to be other activities here. One is CFO services, that one I expected. But another one says, 2 of them say payroll assessment projects, and another just says October services, and then payroll assessment project in. So again, I was aware that we had hired them for the CFO services, but what are these other services?
So payroll assessment process is, we have been working pretty diligently to go back in basically 3 years to assess things that weren't done appropriately or correctly. And we've gotten one estimate that we're actually validating right now. The other thing we're looking at is benefits. We actually had benefit overcharges to our residents, not to our residents, I'm sorry, to our employees that we're working through right now. So it's a lot of them auditing and correcting things, and we're getting into the hard knocks now, because we're going back to that. We said we wouldn't go any further than 3 years. We're in year 3, and it's the record retention and all of that. All the elements that have been a little bit challenging, but that's primarily what they're doing.
So I guess, okay, so there's, my quick math here, there's $4,500 that's CFO services out of 24,500, so there's $20,000 that, just as a council person, I wasn't aware we were spending this money. Is that something we separately?
No, we signed a services contract with HFA, and it's under that services contract.
Okay, I don't have that services contract in front of me. I was under the impression that was a services contract specifically for the CFO services.
No, we have 2 things. We have the CFO services, but they're also doing other financial work for us. Remember last year or 2 years ago, we had full-time clerk, CFO. We don't have that, so they're providing some of those services. That's what they're doing, and that's a services contract. Erica could probably get not right now, but she can get that for you. you, when you sign that contract and what's in it.
Yeah.
But we all
Is
did
that
that.
something you could follow back, later this week?
Like, yeah,
Yeah.
you want to see a copy of the contract?
She has a
Yes.
contract, yeah.
I would, yes. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
That's it for me.
Okay, make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Ms. DeMarco?
Yes.
Ms. DeNoble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Okay, now we're gonna have some fun with the individuals, I got a feeling. First is the approval to enter a shared service agreement with the Township of Neptune for the resale of diesel and gasoline. For those who don't know, we're trying to enter into an agreement to get out of the gas business here in town, do a shared service with another town. And we believe that's a good program. So I'll make a motion to approve 2023-31.
Second.
Ms. DeMarco?
Yes.
Ms. DeNoble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2023-32, award of contract for stormwater outfall pipe repair shared service agreement with Borough of Avon by the Sea to T&M Associates. This is for the stormwater outfall sinkhole that we encountered last year. And it's going to be much more of an extensive project than the Cave Avenue outfall, just because of the dunes and the length. But this is the first step in that process. So I'll make a motion to.
Council comments first.
Oh, you have a question? Yeah.
I have a question and a quick statement, but the question is, do these dollar amounts represent the borough's share or the total share that we would be splitting that? Oh, so share, that would be half.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And the statement, I just want to make really, because I had a handful of folks reach out to me as a council person saying, why are you guys voting for a $200,000 expenditure when we've listed other expenditures at $60,000? And the quick answer is I called the mayor of Avon, who's been working with our mayor and others. And I said, what is it? Well, what happened that we're selecting the super high price compared to these low vendors? And the quick answer is these numbers are not apples and apples. The low vendor numbers were reflective of the initial submissions. Two of the vendors, the two larger ones, this team of folks went back to and said, you missed the scope. We need an engineer on site throughout all of the work being done, much more expensive. But they only went back to two. So the others who presumably also missed the scope were not asked to revise their proposal. The two that were asked to revise came in at 205 and 203. So we're really, we the council are really voting on a choice between two, either T&M Associates or Collier's Engineering. So I just want to make that clear to everyone else because it was a point of confusion for me.
Okay, thank you. Okay, make a motion to approve 2023-32.
Second.
Thank you.
Ms. DeMarco?
Yes.
Ms. DeNoble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes, 2023-33 authorizes solicitation of bids for the McCabe Avenue outfall pipe repair. I'll comment on this just for a second. As I said a couple of weeks ago, Councilwoman DeNoble and I met with the county and Colliers and the material vendor. The opportunity we wanted to try to get to was, could the county pick up the excavation, some of the heavy lifting on this? And after 3 or 4 days, they came back and said they can do some elements of it, but they really they don't have the capability to do what we needed to do. So we immediately asked Colliers to get a bid out because the materials are available. We could really start this project in March and get it completed before Memorial Day. That's not going to be the case with Sylvan, but Sylvan's on the dunes, so it doesn't. We're still at risk there, but not from a beachgoer perspective. Last year, For those who don't remember, the McCabe Avenue outfall was right at the shore, so that was, it caused a little bit of angst. That's why we got this bid, out pretty quick and, Colliers is working on this very diligently, so that's just some of the backstory there, so you're aware. So 2023-33, we will solicit bids, or I'll make a motion that we solicit bids for this outfall pipe repair. Do I have a second?
Second,
Ms. DeMarco,
Yes.
Mr. Noble,
yes, I just want to add that that pipe is more holy than the church. It is in that shape. So
Yeah.
I'm glad, we're taking care of this right away.
Yeah, we met at low tide, so we could see the full extent.
Yeah,
So
it was amazing.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
yes. 2023-34, authorizing the Odyssey Center roof repair project through Crave Co. Incorporated via state cooperative contract. Make a motion to approve. Sorry, comments? Yep.
My comments just, can you table this? Because we heard, we heard today, I definitely don't like voting on something same day as workshop, but I feel like there's another option that we should explore, even though it seems like it's more expensive. It's a different shaped roof, and we should have a dialogue about, it's more money, but is it gonna be better in the long run? So I would like to table this and see if we can go from there, but.
Okay, any other comments?
I was actually gonna say something very similar in that it sounded like the range of options, there's a broad range of options to consider, but it sounds like there's a broad range of dollars as well. But I'd like to think that before we move forward investing the $163,000 in this particular roof repair approach, I would like to have a little more of an opportunity to get feedback from the architect to say, as Councilman Weber said, what other options are out there, and maybe give us a little better ballpark pricing. One question I didn't ask him, but I will ask if we table this, is what if we tore down the building altogether? Is it cheaper to build a brand new building? I know that sounds sacrilegious, we can still.
Well, yeah,
I'd like to ask that.
yeah, I just hadn't even processed it, so I just got to process that, but I understand. Yeah.
So,
Anybody else?
Yeah, I also wanted to comment that, I do wish we'd look holistically, and I look forward to the day that we can start sit down and have a real discussion about Main Street and what we'd like that to look like. I'm a little bit unclear too as to the condition. Is it unsafe for employees? Is it unsafe for people coming in? Kind of what is the need for the immediate repair, or is it something that we can delay until we have a more comprehensive plan for Main Street? So those are just kind of the lingering questions I still have, and that's why thank you so much for considering tabling it.
Yeah, so I'll just give you my 2 cents on that. I don't think it's unsafe if it were unsafe, we'd shut the building down. We keep an eye on any mold or anything like that, but we're not sure what's underneath the ceiling and the walls. There's old insulation, so there could be some things there. Is there anything that's causing employee problems right now? No. Is it a big inconvenience when they're taking out the buckets? Yeah. And that's just the fact. So I don't think if there were a pressing safety issue, we would have shut it down. But it's a good question. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm fine. I don't have
Okay.
any questions.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is a motion to table this.
I will make a motion to table it.
Okay.
second,
Ms. DeMarco,
Yes.
Mr. Noble,
Yes,
Mr. Gubatose,
yes,
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. Okay, 2023-35, approval to apply for a grant from the Jersey Department of Community Affairs for improvements to the Bradley Beach Recreation Center.
comment again.
Yep.
Very minor comment, but I know we have a very large and ever increasing contingent of pickleball
Yeah.
players. It's minor, but can we add pickleball to the second whereas? Basketball court, tennis court, pickleball.
Yeah, that's currently what it does, but yeah, we could, yeah.
I think that would appease a multitude of residents.
Yeah, we can. Because that is part of what we're putting in place, because right now it's ground down to pulp, the court is it's in bad shape. That's fine. And that was our intent. We've got I don't think we're gonna get to the Ocean Township level of reports that they have, but we've got to do some things. Yeah. Okay, make a motion to approve 2023-35. Second? Second.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes, as amended for pickleball.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2023-36, resolution ratifying a new 2-year contract for the Borough Chief of Police previously approved by council on December 13, 2022. Make a motion to approve 2020.
Mr. Mayor,
Questions?
Okay, yeah, could we discuss quickly?
Yeah, sure.
So I was part of the council discussion that occurred last year at the very end of last year, and I am very much in support of this contract. But I wanted to ask Mr. Cannon a question, and that is simply what is the appropriate level of communication provided to the public in situations like this? Because we did hear Mr. Cohen specifically say, and I think one or two others.
Sir, I have a few objections as well. So in the first instance, the objectors are correct. So on December 13th, you guys approved this contract, and the resolution says extending the contract under provisions contained in the attached employment agreement. But the employment agreement was not attached or published to the public at that time. Now, someone could have filed an Oprah request and obtained it. It's obviously a public document. Today, and the reason it wasn't published is because that discussion was held in executive session and acted upon after executive session. And so the agreement was never attached at that time. Today's resolution also says that under provisions containing this attached employment agreement, but likewise, it was not attached to the agreement was not attached to the resolution as published to the public. So the objectors are correct in that it was not available but for an Oprah request. Now, that's not, and Mr. Cohen has brought attention a prior lawsuit where the police chief's contract was issued 6 years ago. That was a different circumstance in that the resolution was removed and then put back on within the 96-hour limit that was in the ordinance at that time, which no longer exists after last summer's Chapter 5 edits. So it's not necessarily applicable on point. That being said, as the borough attorney and knowing that Mr. Cohen is certainly not afraid to bring a lawsuit against the town, I would prefer not to litigate in court where one, the objectors start off correct, and two, in light of the history, procedural history just on this subject in general in the town. So I think it's probably best to table this resolution until the next meeting and attach the agreement and republish it with the agenda and then just adopt it at the next meeting. I think that would be the safest course of action. I think that would please the objectors. There's really no harm, no foul. Police chief is already being paid his salary under the contract as ratified, as approved back in December. It's obviously available via Oprah request to anyone in the meantime. But I think just for best practices sake, if not legal sake, you should just put it on the next agenda with the agreement attached.
Well,
And if for no other reason than to satisfy the public's concerns about transparency.
I will say that having gone through this in great detail and talked to our labor attorney, I am very supportive of this. However, I do think we should follow your guidance and just make sure we do this correctly. So does anyone else have comments before we make a motion?
Well, Greg, can I ask you a question? So couldn't you just say that it's deliberative and therefore not, or, that's why it wasn't released to the public because it's.
Well, originally,
Or
yes.
did that stop at like December 13th?
Actually, I was gonna tack on to Councilman Weber's, if we only approved we approved the executive session. When did we approve the executive session?
Probably on the 27th.
December
13th.
Okay, so we did, okay.
Yeah, I looked it all up. It was the contract, the objectors are, maybe not for legal reasons, correct, but I don't really want to argue that.
Yeah, no, I retract my question. I for some reason was thinking tonight, but never mind. So I'm sorry, I interrupted.
So it has nothing, or does it have anything to do with the fact that it was deliberative? That's why it's not available to the public.
That's originally on December 13th, that's why it wasn't. But up when you came out and took that vote, then it's a public contract, obviously.
It would have been when we approved the minutes for the executive session, right?
That would have been well, and the last vote was recorded on December 13th to approve the contract in the first instance.
Okay.
Instead of public document.
Okay, all right.
So I do have a question though, because in the resolution, it says, on January 1st, 2023, new members were sworn into their respective seats on the council and desire to ratify the attached employment agreement. So do we have to ratify it? Is that something that's necessary at this point? Apologies if this is a stupid question.
No, it's a very good question. For it to be effective, no. So the two councilmen and the mayor who were here previously wanted you and Mr. Noble to make sure that you knew what it was at minimum. So that's why that's in front of you. But as in terms of a practical effect of what the chief sitting right behind me, he's still being paid today. So he's already being paid the money that's under that contract that is already approved. But the objectors raise a good point. This is the time for them to comment on it. They haven't seen this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, somebody,
I'll make a motion to table this item until next meeting.
Second.
Ms. DeMarco?
I want to state that I am very much in favor of the contract. I think the police chief does a great job. I'm okay with tabling it. Just want that to be said. Yes, sorry, that was the important part.
Okay. Mr. Noble?
I agree with Councilwoman DeMarco as well, and yes.
Okay. Mr. Gubatese?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
yes, and agree with the comments made, the positive comments. Okay, we've got a little bit of a tag team. The next, we have the resolution ratifying a 2-year, I'm sorry, we have a awarded contract for Green Spot Jersey City LLC, New Jersey, for the installation of vehicle infrastructure. And additionally, we have 2023-38, a resolution rejecting all bids received and re-advertising and soliciting bids for the installation of electric vehicle infrastructure. So we have the opportunity to table one and approve the other.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, do we have to table the one, or can we just approve the one, or you have to take action on both?
To withdraw one and approve one, right?
Yeah, well, by tabling it, we're effectively
Right,
withdrawing.
so I just to be
Bonus
transparent.
points for the right Robert's rules.
Thank you.
Bonus points in your council for, that's actually the correct term. Tabling means it'll be considered again later.
Okay, so withdraw.
Yeah, that was
Got
the
it.
correct
Thank you.
terminology. I like to hear that. Thank you.
We'll be using that in a minute. So you're making a motion?
I would like to make a motion that we,
Hey, John, I'm sorry, but should we discuss as a council at all first?
I don't like it when we discuss.
Just in case.
My mind's made up. I don't want to discuss it. No, we discussed it, and yeah, it's fine. I just want to let people know where I was at, but go ahead.
You go first.
Okay, my sense of this, not only listening to the public, not only last meeting in December that we discussed this, but also tonight. Significant concerns raised by the public. In that December meeting, I said myself, there were questions I had about, why weren't we using the level 3 fast charge stations, and Green Spot said they could try to accommodate that. But to me, there was and still is a lack of clarity on the locations. Right now, I'm a little concerned about the 15-year length of the potential length of the contract. And then there were just other things from a specification standpoint. If we were to withdraw the award and approve the rejection, so to speak, I would want to see specifications including things like eliminating penalties to the borough for underutilization of these stations, include service guarantees, financial guarantees. Another thing I'm really interested in, and they did not address this in the proposal, was have they previously, are they able to going forward, work with private partnerships? Could they approach service stations, gas stations in the borough of Bradley Beach and say, hey, would you like one of these on your property? And we'll pay you the 20% of the revenue. So there's just elements of options that we might pursue that I would like specifically addressed in an RFP. And then most importantly for me personally, I really was uncomfortable with just having one proposal. I would really hope that we could garner a few more proposals if we rebid this. That's my thoughts.
Okay.
I have a question for Greg. How come the public can't see the contract with us? And I guess because it hasn't been approved yet? Is it after you get approved, they can see the contract? The green spot, like it wasn't on the agenda or anything, right?
Yeah, no, it's not we don't have a contract with them.
Oh, okay, so once it gets signed, then it would be shared. Okay,
Right, exactly.
okay, I get it then.
Or,
So,
I mean, it's up for,
Meanwhile,
yeah. The public can do it, yeah, but there, right now, there is no contract.
Yeah, okay.
I just want to know, like,
This is the draft of the contract, right?
that's correct. yeah.
Okay, so because I did.
To
read
answer
it.
your question, I mean, if it's a proposed contract where you're not going to negotiate any more than terms, it's pretty well final and you can publish it.
Okay, Yeah, 'cause-
But if you're gonna continue to negotiate it, and there's some competitive advantage to not, if you're gonna discuss maybe where the public would like them, but you're still negotiating the prices. Then that would be a reason to potentially keep it confidential and then bring that latter discussion back into
Okay.
executive session.
Which my understanding is that's where we're going, going with that kind of negotiation, even things like signs,
Right, I mean, it's the converse of what we just talked about with the Chiefs contract, right? That we were going in the back room to make sure that that was the final version.
I see, I understand.
But
Well,
like, if
thank
it's
you.
pretty well final, you can publish it.
Yeah, okay, thank you for clarifying. First of all, I just want to say thank you to the public for your feedback. That is hugely helpful. I know people called and I had emails and texts about this as well. And yeah, we have a huge parking issue. This looks like it's gonna take away parking. Is it the best technology? It's changing quickly. The placement of the pumps in a residential area. People have beautiful views. They don't want them obstructed. I get it. And one of the texts said that this is a commercial venture in a residential area. The pumps can be used all hours of the day. Concerns about safety. There's free charging stations in areas now, Wawas and malls. And this would be a better utilization of the parking lot, perhaps apartment buildings or the railroad station. I visited the Green Spot website and they do like commercial buildings and apartments and malls and stuff. So it is a possible thing. And I did read the contract and you can see I made a few notes that concern me. They say that our police need to enforce and monitor the pumps to ensure they are being used for charging and not just parking. So that's more work for them. The administration has to bill for the electricity and they get reimbursed. That's more work for them. The 5-year contract has 2 automatic renewal terms of 5 years each, $15. If we violate or terminate the contract, we are charged $10 per port per day. There are 12 ports proposed. For 15 years, that could be a huge liability for the borough. And like I said, we do have a parking shortage in town already, especially in the summer months. And I just feel this will make it worse. Maybe it's something in the future for other locations, but at this point, I'm not encouraged this. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, I've had an electric vehicle for almost 10 years now, and but I read this and there's a ton of fine print, as you can see, Mr. Noble held up. I'm concerned about the advertising. I mean, we passed a resolution, an ordinance last year to deal with signs in residential areas. People shouldn't have to look at signs all day if it's, Joe, whatever, power washing or whatever. This reminds me very much of the offer when Julie Schreck was the mayor to put vertical access wind generating windmills to generate electricity along our boardwalk. Everybody said, oh, this is great. Green energy, and then we read the fine print and they said they're gonna put advertising on it, and we said, see you later. So it's been kind of similar. I'd love to rebid this, reject them all, rebid it, see if we can get somebody that comes in and offers something without advertising on it. One other thing in the fine print, I personally think the beach is an appropriate place for these. The beach, Main Street of this lot, and that's what it sounds like it's down to. So we're off the residential, and in those 3 areas, I think it's appropriate, but honestly, the ones at the beach. People have a choice where they could go. They say they can charge their car here, they might come here instead. It's so I think it's a good thing, but I honestly want to reject the bids. Oh, and one other thing that concerned me is the fine print. Our insurance pays if there's a natural disaster and it wipes these things out. So like, it's not their insurance, it's our insurance. So I kind of didn't like that. I'd like to see if we could find somebody that gets their own insurance for something like a natural disaster. If they're going to be beach, I think that's relevant. So thank you for the time. Thank you.
Can I make a comment, Mayor? So I have reservations about this as well. One is I've seen different numbers for how many there are gonna be. The resolution says 6, I've seen 4 before, the presentation had up to 10. So I just wanted some clarity as to, you know, how many of these charging stations are there? Where exactly are the locations? What's the mechanism for choosing the locations? Who's involved in that decision? Kind of what's the timeline we're looking at? I also had concerns about the types of charging station, specifically, you know, the level 1, 2, and 3s. Really, if we're gonna put them on Main Street and we're trying to encourage people to charge their car while they go eat their pizza at Vic's and go to the movie theater, putting a level 1 charger where they're only gonna get about, you know, 20 miles worth of you know, charge at it isn't exactly ideal. Or their car is gonna be parked on Main Street for 8 to 9 hours while they get the full charge. So that's a concern. I did get permission from the Bradley Beach Environmental Commission. We talked about this the other day. And they did state that they would like to see the level 3 charging stations if we were gonna do this, because that they do have a concern as well. But overarching on this, and I think Mr. Cannon, you know where I'm going with this, local public contracts law, once something goes out to bid, has to be very specific reasons legally a council can reject a bid. So I just want to make sure from our labor attorney, from what you've been hearing with our comments, is what we're saying fit into those legal categories where this bid could be rejected without fear of lawsuit?
I think so. If you put those bid specs back out with revised specifications, that there's no advertising, you want different types of chargers. I mean, that's substantially revising it, literally the type of equipment. So I think that's a substantial enough reason to reject the bids. If that's 2 of others, that's fine. I think those 2 alone are sufficient,
Okay, thank you.
particularly the type of charger.
Wanna make a motion?
Yep.
I'll make a motion that we approve resolution 2023-38, a resolution rejecting all bids received and re-advertisement solicitation of bids for the installation of electric vehicle infrastructure. And Meredith, what's the word?
Withdraw.
Withdraw resolution 2023-37, award of contract to Green Spot JC LLC of New Jersey for the installation of electric vehicle infrastructure.
Second.
Ms. DeMarco,
Yes.
Mr. Noble,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. Okay, 2023-39, approval of temporary appropriation reserve transfers, make a motion to approve 2023-39.
I'll second.
Ms. DeMarco,
Yes.
Mr. Noble,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. 2023-64, resolution revising a date of draft budget to council no later than Feb 27, 2023.
Discussion.
Yes.
So this particular resolution is here because I raised questions to the administration about the timing of the submission of a preliminary budget to the council. Our ordinance says January 15th. And the reason for that is to try to, put pressure on us collectively and certainly, the administration and our CFO to be working in November, December timeframe to develop preliminary budget numbers that the council has time to digest and work on. The state provided this year and in many years, the state provided us an extension of their own deadline, which is also a date in January. We're January 15th, they may be January 28th, 17th. January
They're 15th, but because of the holiday weekend, it fell on the
Okay.
17th year, but traditionally they're January
Okay.
15th as well.
So we were aligned, but that was not by coincidence. We actually adjusted our ordinance last year to reflect January 15th. My concern, and the reason this is here is because we want to legally say we're not going to follow our own ordinance. Our ordinance says January 15th. We'd like to make it February 27th. And I'm okay with that. I have been back and forth on a few occasions discussing this with the mayor. I'm okay with that delay. It aligns with the state. It gives our CFO and others a little more time to fine tune the numbers. And my concern with this resolution is really the subsequent dates that we reference, and I don't know if there's anything we can do about it now. But we're saying that we'll move this no later than February 27th, that the council for the first time will see a preliminary budget. February 27th. Approximately 10 days later, I haven't counted 9 or 10 days later, but on March 8th, we would have a workshop with the public. Now, those 8 or 9 days, whatever it is, that's not a heck of a lot of time for the council to do much in terms of actively participating, asking questions for the benefit of the public in that workshop. And the public will be seeing it for the first time. So my concern is that's too short a window if we extend this to 27. And then we also indicate that we would have a budget introduction just doing the math in my head, 2 weeks later, 14 days later. Last year, I went through our budget when it was first delivered to us with a fine tooth comb. I was asked to put all the my questions in writing. And I went back and checked the dates. The workshop was the 8th. I actually got the budget a day or two later, and I got my questions out by the 29th. So you can do the math. It took me almost 3 weeks to really go through it thoroughly with fine tooth comb and create what I thought were meaningful questions for the CFO. We would not even have that much time allowed, from the point we introduced it to the public, to the council, to suggesting that we have an introduction on March 22nd. So my concern is not about extending this timeframe, Mr. Mayor, for the CFO and you to deliver this to the council. My concern is that we're scrunching this timeframe on the back end of that to actually introduce the budget when I don't see how we'd have enough time to adequately review it and answer questions, have a back and forth dialogue.
Well, so one point that I'm sure you just forgot was I did send out, I can't remember if it was yesterday or the day before. I'll call it a preliminary. It's as much as we have, which shows year on year. It's not push the button and get the the easily, I forget what it's called, the easily understandable, because all the elements are in there. We don't have inputs from state, we don't have inputs from county, and then we just haven't finished our AFS. When we say no later than the 27th, if we complete the AFS hopefully next week, I'm fine with getting it out as quickly as we can. The reason we put the 27th, it just lined up with the state guidance that they gave us last week. So I was hoping that would be viewed as a good faith effort to get some of the information out there, what I sent out. And it's not complete. I absolutely understand that. And this is not an excuse, but the other thing is we've been a little bit hamstrung with our business administrator being out a little bit longer than we thought she would. So, we're going to make every effort to get it out as quickly as we can. I used the 27th date and actually put in there no later than, but it's our intention to get it out as quick as we can.
And again, on this note, the concern, because you did send a budget yesterday or the day before, and thank you. But I guess my concern was, are those numbers, the numbers we're going to see, the numbers you shared, the numbers that are quote unquote ready, are those numbers that I can now dive into and spend time?
Yeah.
They're not going to change.
I would say marginally, if the only reason they would change is if somebody saw something and said, we should change this or change that. No, but they're in fact, those have been baked, numbers that have been developed, and we're trying to finalize some public work, a couple of public works numbers to add. So we can iterate that send out, but it's not those elements should not change.
So I would say for the benefit of the public and for my colleagues here on the council, I'm the guy who raised questions about this, and that's why we're looking at this. I'm prepared to support this, though, yes, but I just want to share with the world that I think these are very aggressive timeframes following as late as the 27th. So I may be sitting here a month from 2 months from now saying,
Yeah.
we need more time.
I'm sorry, go
Oh,
ahead.
I'm sorry, I don't know if this is helpful, but so the budget doesn't need to be, if I'm understanding correctly, introduced until the 31st.
Of
And then
March,
we can address it at the next council meeting following that. So if we want more time, we could, I believe legally introduce the council budget at the April 5th meeting, if that would give you more time.
Yeah, so my question is, yes, thank you.
Yeah.
And my question therefore is, would it be better to put those dates in here now, or do we just leave these dates as they are and wait till we need them?
My personal opinion, I don't think it hurts to change it now, especially if it's gonna make everyone feel more comfortable that they have more time to review.
So push the 31st of April 5th.
We'll push the 22nd to April 5th. There's nothing we can do about the March 8th one. Because that's our next regular scheduled business meeting after the March 3rd deadline.
Yeah, got it.
So March 22nd becomes, what's the date?
April 5th.
And that's for introduction.
Yeah, and that gives council 2 more weeks to review.
I don't have an issue with that. I was actually,
Am I interpreting the finance notice correctly, Mr. Kiernan?
Issue up for the next reading, we're practically right.
yeah,
Perfect.
so again, our intent on the 22nd was as quickly as, we could get it out there, we were trying to do that. So if we want to push, we can push. I don't have an issue with that.
Okay, that would, that's the end of my comments.
So it's 4-5 intro, and then the next meeting in April, the second meeting would be hopefully the adoption.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I think the next meeting is April 12th, following the 31st deadline.
I think you're right.
Oh, yeah.
It's the second Tuesday, the second Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so 12 for the intro.
Mhm.
Okay, and the second meeting, which I don't know the date off the top of my head, sorry. Okay, for adoption, got it. Okay.
Okay, no other comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and are we still keeping the draft date for February 27th?
Yeah, I think we should, because we're,
Okay,
that's.
and our workshop for the March 8th meeting or the 22nd?
Say the 22nd.
March 22nd. Okay.
We want a motion now?
Somebody want a motion to
Any other comments?
Somebody wants the motion. I remember all these dates.
Meredith, you want to do that?
Sure, what am I, the wording? I'm sorry, everyone. Make a motion to,
amend the wording in the resolution
okay, to amend the wording of resolution 2023-64
To reflect the dates.
to reflect
to reflect the new council.
the new council dates.
We'll get there.
And you're the second? I know you're making the motion? Okay, great. Mr. Marco,
Yes.
Mr. Noble,
Yes, and thank you for that draft budget, Mayor Fox, that was helpful.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes,
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. Going to the next consent agenda, I want to make a couple of motions here before we go there, or as we go there. It's really, it kind of ties into our discussion earlier today on we're gonna have areas that we have to resolve, but we want to get a good start. In going through some of the consent agenda items, I want to move to withdraw a few, using the word withdraw. So that's actually what I typed out, was withdraw, and a table. So just bear with me. The first motion, again, in the spirit of compromising on some of these appointments, I want to make a motion to withdraw 2023-53 and 60. 2023-53 is the redevelopment attorney, 2023-60 is the borough sewer engineer. My primary reason for, as I look at will this slow up the municipal services or projects? It'll be marginal, and I can certainly live with that. So I'd make a motion to withdraw those two.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
Well, I agree with that, and I appreciate that. Would you consider also withdrawing 58,
If
59?
if you hang in there,
Oh, okay,
just hang in there.
okay, great.
I said, give me a few minutes.
I'm sorry.
I'll second that. If there's no more comment.
Okay. Mr. Marco,
Yes.
Mr. Noble,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. Second motion I want to make is I'd like to additionally withdraw, but I wanted to keep them separate just to, so we don't get too jumbled up. Withdrawing two of the specialized engineering roles, the 2023-58 zoning consultant, 2023-59, the borough stormwater engineer. Again, I don't think it's going to slow up municipal services or projects, and I can, I think we can live with that and simplify things. So I make a motion to withdraw those two, 58 and 59.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Marco,
Yes.
Mr. Noble,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
I have two more. I'll try to be brief, but I think they'll say this time on the back end. This is a table recommendation. I want to table 2023-48 and 49. The borough labor attorney and the borough Oprah attorney. My rationale is as follows. We will have, if that vote, I think we just need to talk through it more collectively. We're about 50% through two labor negotiations, which the labor attorney is doing. I am certainly open to discussing a change, but we got to get, I really believe stopping and restarting is just not productive. We've got the police negotiation, and again, it's about 50% through, and the rest of the bargaining unit. So that's my rationale there. On the Oprah, we're going from 1 to 2. There's been some discussion about the recommendations go from 1 to 2. There's been some discussion about how do we trigger resources that we might need in the borough, and we really haven't completed that conversation. So I felt as though if we could complete that conversation in the next couple of weeks, we could get a stronger consensus around that particular that particular area. So that's my points on it. So I don't know if anybody has any questions or.
I have a few, but go ahead.
Okay, I was like, just so I understand the Oprah attorney a little bit more, because I believe that definitely I was looking at for the pooled contracts, putting in some sort of mechanism where, yep. So just one of the reasons to table the Oprah is because there's a legality reason where we have to respond to Oprah requests within a few days. So we can't necessarily wait for a council to have that go through. So we just need to, I think, talk more about how that's going to work. Is that, am I understanding correctly?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
And on that, I have questions on both of these, but for 2023-49, the Oprah Council. Mr. Mayor, I just wasn't sure I fully understood why you wanted to table it. It was because are you not sure that one attorney can handle the volume, or like what is it you want to see if we table it? I missed the
Really, it's the trigger of when we use who, when, and it's kind of a trigger mechanism. It's not our capacity. I think we'll get through Oprahs much quicker. Hopefully we don't have too many Oprahs, but it was more around the trigger.
I asked the question because I won't discuss who or what, but I was leaning towards having, one attorney handle this. And again, if it's a question of workload, that's a legitimate issue. If it's just the question of having multiple attorneys available to us, I personally would like to limit the number of specialty attorneys, specialty engineers, and so forth. So I'm more focused on why do we need to, if we need a second, or if we want to evaluate why we need a second, I'd at least consider tabling, but otherwise I'd rather.
Well, we could actually look at both. I mean, we could look at also the number of, I viewed it as having two. You want to be expeditious in getting these done. I can't predict the level of Oprah's. I got an Oprah the other day that I'm on my 15th piece of literature, 15th email to
Yeah.
Erica, and that's all got to get redacted. So
So Alex, they vary. So like last year, we know we had a rather large volume, which, you know, we worked very hard to get them done and, you know, there were extensions and stuff. So far this year for January, has there been a ton? No. Can I predict what's gonna go on for the next 11 months? No, I cannot. It could be light one month, it could be heavy another month, and it varies on what they're asking for. You know, it's not always.
I think it just gives us some capability.
Yeah, I mean, having two would be a good thing, I think personally. Greg, with some of the Oprahs that I do get, you know, there's some organizations like they ask for a lot of stuff. Greg's dealt with these kind of Oprahs before, as has the other Oprah attorney, but Greg's really, you know, dealt with a lot of them, so he kind of knows where to go.
The history of it is we didn't have one before the end of 2020.
Yeah.
Like the borough attorney just did it. Erica would call me and I would just do it.
Yeah,
At the end of 2021 into 2022, which I suspect had a lot to do with the election year, there was so many that I couldn't keep up with it, which is why we asked for an Oprah counsel to basically take the overflow.
Today, currently, we have one Oprah attorney. It is Eric and Bernstein and Associates, correct?
Right,
So if we table this, we'll continue to use the one.
Until we.
until you decide what you would like to do.
Okay, that's a questions for that one, but now back to the 2023-48. I guess my question there is that in terms of the labor attorney, deep in the middle of negotiations, I'm the first one to say, we do not want to disturb that process. But my question is, I don't know how clean a cut it is. So for example, the negotiations finish, I don't know when, but I'm gonna throw out a date as an example, end of March. Pretty close. Yes, I did. Okay, that was total random guess, but I feel like there could be labor issues that come up in the interim. Who knows, but should it come up, we kind of keep locking that firm in. Is there a way to, if we wanted to change the labor attorney, could we create a contract for the current attorney to complete the work he's doing with negotiations, but appoint a new labor attorney from this point forward for this year to take on any other labor issues that arise?
I mean, for example, you did that with me, right? So Peg Schaefer's firm had the transaction for 319 Lorraine. When I came in as the borough attorney, there was no reason for me to jump in 85% of the way through a real estate transaction. So you got past the resolution, continuing to sign those matters to Peg's firm until they were completed. And me and her worked together to make that happen.
Because otherwise, I'm just not sure, in terms of trying to do this transition, I'm not sure how we make it clean cut. And again, if we wanted to change the labor attorney, clearly, you know, I'm leaning in that direction. I would just like to allow that firm to finish their work they do with negotiations.
We can ask that question of, then Kim's not on, so I can ask that question.
I am on.
Oh, you are. Did you hear the question, Kelly?
Yes.
You answered the question. How you feeling, all right?
Yeah, I'm home. Yeah, so I mean, you can take up new items with an employment council, sure. The only issue is there are current items. It's not just union negotiations. Have 2 perk issues that are open, pending litigation and hearings. I have open grievances from even before when I came, that attorney has been handling. I also am in the process of reviewing the personnel policy again for updates. So there's a good handful of stuff. I mean, you can have somebody pick up from this point on. I just can't be sure if it's a second grievance that is affiliated to one of the pending grievances or a past issue, who handles that, then if you know, that's going to be ultimately up to you guys. I think it does make it more difficult for me to have to deal with two different employment attorneys. But like I said, that's up to you guys.
I guess, Kim, the only question that I'm trying to raise here, and I appreciate your perspective on this. Transitions clearly create a little more work, but if we as a council wanted to change the labor attorney. I mean, it's feasible that you could help us construct a resolution that would give you the flexibility you need to utilize that labor attorney, the existing one, to wind down the work to appropriate closures so that you know, that you're not left in the lurch. But the flip side is, as new things arise, if we wanted to change attorneys, we could appoint a different firm perhaps to take on the new activity. Is that transition wise, is that feasible from your standpoint?
I think it's feasible. Is it the easiest and best solution? I don't think so. There are things that come up throughout the week, probably once or twice. And they usually are affiliated with things that are currently going on. Like I have the audit for wages that were paid incorrectly, overtime, past benefits, benefit waivers. Like there's so much that we have pending. I don't know what the benefit to change would be. And then I would imagine we would hold interviews as well, because I'm actually not sure who even applied. If there's a certain issue, is it one that we could resolve with the current counsel? Is it one of the attorneys in the firm? So I mean, like I don't know. I did want to discuss it with everyone to see what the issue was, only because there is so much that's open right now. I just don't know if it would be a benefit to even have somebody come in to handle it.
So if we table this as the mayor's suggestion, wouldn't the current labor attorney just keep working on all the whole litany of stuff that Kim just said? And we're only talking about the time between now and when we figure this out, so.
Correct.
And do we need a resolution, Greg, to say that the current one, if the current labor attorney keeps doing all that stuff, or?
Well, I think the issue is that there's a resolution to appoint him from the firm from January to December.
Right, but you're suggesting tabling it,
Yes,
so,
and I think we gotta do that with a resolution.
yeah, so so if we table it, then they can, I just asked this, they continue the work that all the stuff that's in the hopper already. And
Correct.
what's,
Well, it's up to the firm. So their contract expired on December 31st.
oh, it's up to them if they want to continue.
Well, they don't have a contract,
And
right?
I
I
think
think in order, if the contract is over the bid threshold, you need a resolution of the governing body.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have a resolution or a contract. It's up to them. Right, like I don't have a contract at this moment, but my choice was to be here, trusting that you would pay me. So yeah, I'm not sure.
Isn't there something from the legal world that you have to continue working?
No,
I thought there was, from particularly your position, because it's a statutory position. I thought you couldn't just
I
walk
came
away.
into Neptune City in 2019, the council and the mayor could not agree. And the borough did not have a borough attorney for 30 days as a result of their rules, because their borough attorney did not, Erica, I think, was there. I think she worked there with me. The guy didn't come back. He said, I don't have a contract. I'm not, no guarantee of payment. I'm not coming back. So that was his choice. How that reflected on him otherwise is up to him and his professional.
Well, in this
Yeah.
case, if we can check with him right, with that firm right away, if they say they don't want to continue, then we can, you know.
No, I mean, it's up to the service provider.
Then we got a whole
You haven't
other
really awarded
conversation
them,
to have.
you're asking them to continue work.
Yeah.
You know, they're doing it.
I don't think there's any reticence,
Really,
and Kim, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think there's any reticence on Bernstein's part to finish where he's at, I would think, no?
That aforementioned instance in Neptune City was the only time that I have not seen a professional return. Most professionals like me here today without a contract,
Yeah.
you're expecting me to be here, I'm gonna show up.
Yeah.
Just for reputation, if not money. So I don't think you'll have a problem.
Okay, well, thank you for clarifying that. Just as a comment, I'm comfortable tabling this till our next meeting to give the mayor and our BA a little more time to walk us through the options.
So I'll make a motion to table 2023 48 and 49.
Second.
Ms. DeMarco,
Yes.
Ms. DeNoble,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes,
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. My last one, which is probably gonna not be as easy as the first three, is I think it's prudent to table 2023-57, the borough engineer. You need to appoint this in 2023. I have a question, to be very fair and fair. Counselor Cannon and I are kind of at odds on this, but I think we need a little deeper discussion on this. I found that different towns have done this different ways. By statute, the borough engineer is a 3-year appointment with annual approvals for purposes of local public contract law. I don't want to expose ourselves in any way from a legal perspective. If in fact we voted this down, that we now in some kind of a breach. I just want to make absolutely sure that that's the case. And again, Mr. Cannon, I think I are a little bit at odds on this, and that's okay. We just, I'm just saying, buy us a little time to figure this out.
comments?
Yep.
So for what it's worth, I'm in that camp that I don't believe, based on what research I've been able to do, that this is a 3-year appointment. I certainly wasn't aware that it was a 3-year appointment when we hired CME, and as far as I know, it's a professional services contract, not an employee. So that said, and I know that the mayor and I, by the way, have talked about this a few different times. So this is not coming up for the first time in front of the public. We've been through this a couple times. I am willing, I'll just say to the public, I am willing to table this till our next meeting to allow the mayor a little more time to do his research. But again, I'm in the other camp on this.
Anybody else? Okay, make a motion to table 2023-57.
Second.
Ms. DeMarco,
Yes.
Ms. DeNoble,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes,
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. Okay, that's all I've got on that. So consent agenda for 2023 professional appointments. I'll read through them. I'll try to read as quickly as I can. I think the first 5 or 6 are pretty 7 or so, or pretty 8 actually. Are pretty
So
self-explanatory.
we're gonna vote on these all together, Mayor, we're not gonna vote on these individually?
It's the consent agenda.
Yeah, I know, but
yeah,
but I had made a comment that these are professional appointments, consent agendas are like routine things, and
The last 2 years we did it on the
a while
consent
ago,
agenda.
I made a request that we not have these as under the heading of consent agenda, because it's not routine to do this, and we'll do it once a year, so I'd asked that they not be on the consent agenda. I just thought we didn't vote on these individually, so.
What don't you, maybe the better approach would be, what don't you want on the consent agenda? Because if it's only onesie twosies, I can talk, we don't have to vote on 40 deals here.
And the procedure is to make a motion to remove the item from the consent agenda for an individual
Thank you.
vote.
Yeah, no, I understand. So then they're gonna be Way of discussion. Is everybody else comfortable with doing this as the consent agenda?
No, I'm definitely going to make a motion as well to remove the three of these.
Okay, then why don't you go ahead and do that, Councilman Gubitosi?
Okay, I make a motion to remove the following consent agenda resolution items from the consent agenda to be voted on separately. Beginning with 2023-50, professional service appointment, Bud Walrath as Borough Bond Counsel from January 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2023.
I don't have a problem if you just say the numbers on.
Okay, okay. So again, that was 50.
Got it, 2023-50, got it.
52, 55. And that is it.
Okay.
For me.
Okay.
For a second.
Second.
Mr. Marco,
Yes.
Ms. DeNoble,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. Okay, I'm gonna speed talk.
Okay, are those tabled or?
Remove for a separate.
They are moved to go to individual.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
No, we're gonna talk about them after we do. the
After we
consent
do the
agenda.
consent, okay. Yeah.
Okay. Start in the right place. 2023-40 professional service appointment Brown and Brown Metro LLC as the Borough Health Benefits Consultant from January 21st, 2023 to December 31st, 2023. 2023-41 professional service appointment Brown and Brown Metro LLC as Borough Risk Management Consultant from January 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2023. 2023-42 authorizing the execution of a risk management consultant agreement with Brown and Brown Metro LLC from January 1st, 2023 again to December 31st, 2023. 2023-43 professional service appointment Jason Chammy Esquire as Borough Prosecutor from January 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2023. 2023-44 professional service appointment James Carton Esquire as Borough Alternate Prosecutor from January 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2023. 2023-45 professional service appointment Clifford P. Yanone Esquire as the Borough Public Defender from January 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2023. 2023-46 professional service appointment Donald Greer Esquire as a Borough Alternate Public Defender from January 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2023. 2023-47 professional service appointment Sobel, Han and Cannon as Borough Attorney from January 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2023. 2023-51 professional service appointment James Schaefer PC as Borough Tax Appeal Attorney from January 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2023. 2023-54 professional service appointment Wiener Law Group LLP as Borough Fair Share Housing Attorney from January 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2023. 2023-56 professional service appointment Leon Avakian as Borough Planner from January 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2023. 2023-57 professional service appointment CME Associates as Borough Engineer from January 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2023. Those, oh, sorry, yeah, sorry. I was doing so well. Please erase what I just said. I'll end at 2023-56, go to 2023-58. Professional service appointment CME Associates. Oh, yeah.
61, here's
I was on a
61.
roll and then I blew it here. Okay, 2023-61 professional service agreement Colliers Engineering and Design as Borough Coastal Engineer from January 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2023. And 2023-63 professional service appointment Acacia Financial Group as Borough Finance Consultant from January 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2023.
That's 62.
I'm sorry,
62?
63.
No, number 62. Are you keeping that under consent or at special consult?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
2020, I graded up I'm sorry, 2023-62 professional service appointment CME. Valakia H2M, Remington Burnick, engineers, and Tino Associates, Control Special Consult Engineers from January 1st, 2023, to December 31st, 2023. And that is it. Make a motion to approve the consent agenda. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Okay. Just give me 1 second to regroup here. So we have three. Great. Thank you. The first is an individual vote, 2023-50 professional service appointment, Block Walrath LLP as Borough Bond Council from January 2023 to December 31st, 2023. Make a motion to approve 2023-50.
I'd like to have the discussion.
Okay.
And specifically, the reason I called out 50 and 52 is we have what Walrath has proposed, at least there's both bond counsel and in 52 as conflict counsel. And my whole point going through this entire process was to try to minimize the number of firms in general and also have more specified quality responsibilities, tied to their specialties. Not saying this firm can't do both, but I don't like putting all our eggs in the one basket. So I guess my own thinking was leaning towards having this firm's work as bond counsel, but when we get to 52, my thinking was that we should work only with for the conflict counsel. We should work with one targeted firm, and that would have been the other one that you were about to nominate as chair. So I just don't like, it's just we have too many firms in too many places. 62, for example, which we've already voted on. I think it's got 5 or 6 firms. It's just difficult to control that kind of volume, I think, for a relatively small borough like yourselves.
Okay. Anybody else? I have a comment, but if we moved on 2023-50, I wouldn't have a problem making a motion on 52 to just go with the other. I don't have a problem with that.
I also don't have a problem with that.
So I'll make a motion to approve 2023-50.
Second.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2023-52, I want to make a modification of 2023-52 to remove Gluck Walrath and recommend Renaud Coughlin and Cello as Borough Conflict Counsel. I don't, I understand Councilman Gubatossi's point. The amount of conflict work that took place last year, I think it's fine. I think this is a fairly large firm, so I think we can get by with one. So I have no problem with one. Just a point. So again, 2023-52, motion to approve.
Second. As amended.
As amended. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. The last is 2023-55. We saved the best for last. Professional service appointment, Hollow Company as per auditor from Jan 1 to December 31st, 2023. Make a motion. Anybody has a comment? Anybody have a comment?
Yeah, we'd like to discuss.
Is there any chance that you could, and I appreciate everything you just did on all the tabling, Mr. Mayor, because I think you tabled the ones that are kind of difficult. Is there any chance you would consider tabling this one, and just like you did for the other ones, pretty much the same reason, but we're not there yet.
Why? Well, I'm sorry. Councilman Weber, why are we not there yet? This is just a vote on that. Professional. You're saying we're not.
I think I don't want to speak for Councilman Weber, but I think what he's saying is he wants to talk through it more.
For the
2023-55.
55, I think we're better off tabling it. If you don't agree, just.
Yeah.
Say you don't.
I'm
agree.
waiting for the reason. What was the reason for tabling? I just want to make sure I understand.
Because kind of like the other ones, I don't think that we're in agreement on this one, so. And I think if it goes to a vote, it would fail, kind of like the other ones that we tabled.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I appreciate your comments. I'm not sure I want to support the tabling, but again, we'll let the council.
What's the other, I mean, what's the other option? We can vote it down, but I'm just.
All right, well, you can propose a table and I will give it 5 seconds of contemplation.
I'm sorry, you what?
He said, propose a table.
If you would like to
contemplate
propose tabling, you may. Yeah, I'm not supportive of tables. I have my own plan as to who I would like to support here, and it is not the firm that's being proposed, so.
We still have the opportunity to do that. If we table.
We're just kicking the can down the road, just we've done it, we've tabled 5 of these challenging ones, and now this is, or so, and now this is just another.
I'm going to defer to.
Well,
I'm of the opinion that if we can talk through more, we may get to a resolution. But that's, I don't feel as though we're kicking the can down the road. I think we're just trying to get ourselves to
so, but if we don't table this and we vote on it and it goes down, can we make another nomination for appointment?
no.
And why is that?
It's one, well, what would happen with this is this would go to a holdover state. Which would maintain this this company.
So why are we even proposing a contract for a professional services organization that you're saying we can't fire or not reappoint?
Well, I think you start with making a recommendation to appoint. I'm making a nomination to appoint.
You are.
I am, and that's my job to make a nomination for appointment.
And when the council, if the council were to not support your nomination, you're saying that person goes to hold over and that we could not make a motion for a different alternative.
Correct.
Mr. Cannon, can I call in on your guidance on this? Because I was under the impression
Yeah, I mean, I did some extra research on this after I talked to most of you. So under chapter 5, this is 5.10, the powers and duties of the mayor that shall appoint with the advice and consent of Borough Council, the business administrator, chief financial officer, auditor, which is the key point we're talking about now, engineer, tax assessor, tax collector, borough attorney, borough clerk, and treasurer. Section 5-14 of the code. Obviously, this is a statutory appointment. So the appointing of this person, it says the governing body of every local unit shall employ a registered municipal accountant. So there's a bit of a conflict of laws issue here in that it's the mayor's nomination and appointment and advice and consent of council. The statute calls for a vote of the council, and obviously if the person is being paid above the bid threshold as professional service and not an employee, then that person needs a resolution of the council pursuant to 48:11-3. Which, excuse me, 11-5, which says any contract, the amount of which exceeds the bid threshold being negotiated and awarded by the governing body without public advertising for bids and bidding therefore and shall be awarded by resolution of the governing body if it consists of professional services. So it's pretty clear that you ultimately need a vote of council in order to hire the auditor. The administrative code of the borough is slightly vague as well, because whenever a vacancy exists in any office required by the charter or by this chapter to be filled by the mayor with the advising consent of the Borough Council, the auditor being one of them. There's no holdover incumbent, which theoretically there is a holdover here, so again, we're in the gray area. The mayor may temporarily fill such vacancy in the absence of any contrary provision in the charter, general law, or this chapter by appointing an acting officer for 90 days.
Well, I'm sorry, just as a clarification, the reason we have a holdover is because we've just delayed getting to this date. Otherwise, we would
Correct.
already be
Well,
January 1st.
well, if we did it on January, if you made the recommendation on January 1st, I mean, if we did this meeting on January 1st and I nominated this person, I think we'd be in the same place, would we not?
Yeah, I mean, the vacancy occurred on January 1st. At the expiration of the contract the day before.
Yeah.
So that's not an issue.
Yeah.
But functionally, it really comes down to whether the auditor is willing to work under those circumstances, essentially a 90-day temporary appointment with no contract. Also, and this is the most important thing, is that the Faulkner Act says that no municipal fund shall be dispersed except pursuant to and with the limits of appropriations made in accordance with law. All disbursements shall issue a bank check or draft signed by the mayor and countersigned by the treasurer upon warrant of the chairman of the finance committee of council approved by council. So you can't pay the person without a vote of council. So my concern is that one, the auditor, it's clear the auditor cannot be hired without a vote of council. If you boil all these gray areas down, the bottom line is can't be hired without a vote of council, can't be paid without a vote of council. So whether the professional agrees to continue in those circumstances is up to them. But the audit's due June 30th, so it's required 6 months of work. 90-day temporary appointment doesn't get it done.
Greg,
then-
can I interrupt?
Sure. Whoa.
We also need an auditor for the budget, and that's all I wanted to say.
Right, so I mean, whether, you know, again, up to the professional as to whether they want to work under their circumstances. But ultimately the power to pay or appoint the person like council. I don't know how you guys work that out amongst you.
Well, and my simple point is if we were to appoint a different auditor, our business administrator would have an auditor. So that to me is not a concern. My concern is, I feel like we're being told we're locked into professionals that at least I, as a member of the council, would like to change, and I think that's my prerogative to do that.
And again, this is Counselor Gannon and I are talking about this, but if you look at a couple of some case law on statutory positions only, the 7 positions that are in that deal. There's 2 elements or 2 principles that I have drawn, and one is I am the nominator, good, bad, or indifferent. And y'all are the approvers ultimately. If someone is disproved in a statutory position, the term holdover is operative. And the counselor is saying a 90-day. I see a case, Bauman versus West Patterson, that it doesn't put a time limit on.
So I looked into that case, obviously you brought that to my attention. So that's a 1967 case, which predates the local public contracts law of 1971. And so that I think informed the mayor is correct that he can hold the person in place for up to 90 days. Ultimately, what my concern as the borough attorney is you got someone running bills, and if the council is not on board with that and doesn't pay, then I have a legal thing, right?
Yep.
So I don't really have a clean cut solution for you. Obviously, I just read to you multiple statutes that cut both ways. But it's pretty clear that the person really can't be in there for more than 90 days. She needs a vote of council to be paid. And, you know, I just want to try, my goal is to avoid that circumstance where you're there.
Well, I honestly, I think on every other issue here, this council has found a way to compromise. This is one where I feel the mayor has decided we're gonna appoint who he wants. Well, kind of obvious.
I guess I would push back on that in that I've had conversations with a couple of people at council, making some compromise recommendation, so. I certainly with, I think Councilman Weber, and I think I mentioned it to you too, so.
So we don't have, the compromise you suggested, I would have, again, I'm trying to keep true to my oath of trying to work together and therefore I won't make any further statements about the compromise you offered to me, but in terms of this particular appointment, if the mayor is going to not at least accept the will of the council and you know, only when we vote would I know what that will is for sure. Then I think the only other alternative available to us is under the Wagner Act Small Municipality Form of Government 40:69A-130. The you know, the finance committee of the council, I'm sorry, it's forget the finance committee, it's approved by the council. The payment is approved by the council. And that's going to be a challenge as far as I'm concerned, making good on payments to a professional that we are not appointing.
But wouldn't Prompt Payments Act fall in there somewhere? Like, don't we have to pay our bills or else we can get sued for under that?
Yeah, that's the legal claim I'm concerned about,
Yeah,
that if there's an impasse between the
so,
holdover term, the appointment and the council's willingness to pay them, that's exactly what I'm worried about.
so, because I don't want to make, I want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding you, Councilman Gubatosi. Like, are you suggesting opening up the borough to a lawsuit or?
I'm suggesting that we are being compelled to renew contracts, and I think that's inappropriate.
I guess. And I'm sorry, because I think maybe I got lost in the sauce a little bit. I'll be perfectly honest. So you're worried that if we vote no. Like, I guess what's the fear of voting no, or what's the fear of tabling? I guess when we were talking about
It's not a
tabling.
fear of cabling other than I feel like it's kicking the can down the road. I've tabled others that I thought were legitimate. We want to get more information. I acknowledged the mayor needed more time to look into what some other municipalities were doing. This one seems pretty straightforward to me.
Okay.
So I don't understand the reason to table unless it's just, you know, wasting time. And then just like I said with the labor attorney, new things arise, the labor attorney gets pulled into new activities. And before you know it, we've you know, used them for another year. And I don't want that to happen unless we all agree this is the professional we want. But if I don't know for sure how everyone else is going to vote, but if the mayor alone says, this is why I want, that's why I'm nominating. And if you disagree with me, then, you know, it's going to be a holdover professional. That feels very uncompromising, especially when the council, typically for professional services, certainly controls the purse strings, if not the consent.
And I again, I apologize because I do think I got lost in the sauce because I thought we were talking about whether to table or not. And I feel like maybe the conversation went a different route and I missed a junction somewhere. So, yeah.
We worked on this.
But there's like, what if we don't? So I didn't make any formal motion to table, I was simply suggesting that we do that, and I can withdraw that suggestion and we can go ahead and vote, because I think we kind of got a clear sense of where this is going. Or what.
Well, I don't know, we haven't heard from everybody. Number one, I was actually favoring the tabling, only not from a kicking a can down the road, but are there options that could be amenable to everyone?
Is there a consensus option out there?
Yep. That's where I was going for, not kicking the can down the road. I don't like kicking the can down the road.
For what's worth, after hearing what I heard, I'm better off voting. You know?
I'm sorry.
I said I'm better off voting rather than tabling it. I still think it would fail and let that happen.
Okay, any other conversation? Okay, I will make a motion to approve 2023-55 professional service appointment. I'll accompany as a borough auditor from January 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2023.
I'll second.
Ms. DeMarco,
Yes.
Ms. DeNoble,
No.
Mr. Gubatose?
No,
Mr. Weber?
No.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Okay, I think that's all for the appointments. We can move to mayor and council report. Do we want to go alphabetically or left to right? This is new territory.
Doesn't matter to me. Go left to right. Yeah.
Just in time. Councilwoman Denovan.
I have a quick question. Is anybody gonna cover the fire and first aid? Because I know they sent us an email.
When did you get an email?
In the borough, oh, am I the only one that got it?
No, it was like literally, it was like an hour before her meeting.
Oh, I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
Okay, because I don't know if Kim is gonna read it, because she's the lead.
Kim, if you got it, but while you're going, Councilwoman, she can
Okay.
we'll put her back to work. Don't tell the doctor, please.
So I just want to make sure.
I did not receive the report. They did not report to me this month.
Anybody
We can
shoot?
discuss that offline.
Okay.
Well, actually, if you want to cover it, I mean. why don't you
Yeah,
cover it?
I have it right here, so I'll just read
Yeah,
it.
please, that'd be
It's
good.
tiny
Thank you.
print, so just bear with me. First aid for the operational period ending January 25th, the squad responded to 18 day calls and 8 night calls for a total of 26 calls. 15 were for medical, 11 for fire calls. The squad conducted 1 drill for the safety and education of the membership. There were no out-of-town mutual aid requests. The squad requested no mutual aid for this operational period. The squad fulfilled 100% of their assignments for this operational period. Fire department, for the operational period ending January 25th, the department responded to 11 requests for the department. The department conducted 2 training drills for safety and education of the members. There were no out-of-town mutual aid requests. The department requested a box alarm be transmitted on 1/20/123 for a structure on Ocean Avenue involved in fire. The department thanks all the responding departments for their assistance. The department congratulates our new firefighters, there's 2 of them, Ms. Lily Lane and Mr. Evan Frederick, on their entrance into the firefighter 1 and 2 program at the Monmouth County Fire Academy, and good luck in your training. The department fulfilled 100% of their assignments for this operational period. And there's one more thing here. We are still looking for volunteers for the first aid and fire. Both offer free training for qualified individuals. Anyone wishing to volunteer for the fire department or first aid squad, applications can be found on the borough's website. And that also this fire and first aid squad that is allowing us to keep answering our citizens' needs for medical care and fire protection is at no cost, 24/7, 365. And that is that report. Okay, now I'm also the liaison for the Board of Education. Couple of things. Where do I begin? I went to,
Strategic plan.
what's that?
Strategic plan.
Yeah, I did. You want to start there? Okay. So, yeah, January 10th,
Exciting stuff.
the New Jersey School Boards Association had a 3D strategic planning which does determination, dream, and destiny by design. This was so cool. The teachers were there. I just gotta see where my notes are here. Okay. Mary Ann Friedman and Michelle Kennedy were from the New Jersey School Boards Association. And in attendance, there were amazing teachers from the Bradley Beach Elementary School, enthusiastic board members who are all volunteers, and also parents and residents like me. And we worked on some strategic planning and the vision for the future of the school. It was really, really great. There is one more session coming up. It's another special meeting, February 13th at 6 p.m. at the Bradley Beach Elementary School, and everyone is welcome to attend to that as well. They did have a Board of Ed meeting last night, and they announced the Teacher of the Year, which is Ms. Courtney Hamill. She is a math teacher and the athletic director.
Yep. And
and this is quite an honor for this teacher. The parents and the teachers actually nominate her, and it's quite a process. That's really awesome. The Education Specialist of the Year is Miss Julie Ferwerda, and she's a speech therapist, and she's been there for 17 years. They do have a reading challenge going on at the school right now, and they are up to 42,000 pages read in books. And they have Board Appreciation Month. They're celebrating their volunteers. And their next meeting is February 21st on Tuesday. I think 7 p.m. And then one more shout out. I went to the girls' basketball team, and it was so exciting. At the last second, like literally the last second, Jordan De Jesus shot a 2-pointer and won the game 20-19. And that was they beat Belmar. It was so cool that the kids were screaming. So that's that. One more thing I have is the shade tree update. Okay. Congratulations to Larry Bagwell. He is the new chairman. And Nick Korsich is the vice chair. And I'd like to also thank Nick. We are, again, a tree city. And we renewed our status. And we get credits for each volunteer hour, $29.95. And this value allows us to get grants like we did for the tree inventory. And this way we know how many trees we have, how many are dying, how many need to be replaced. So that's really helpful. And the next planting is in April. If you want a free tree, it's called a wishing tree. You can get the application in the borough or on the website, but you can also sponsor me. Sponsor an honor me tree, which I've done before. Stop laughing. So, and again, you can get that form either on the website or at the town hall, and that helps us to be more self-sustaining with that program and planting more trees and getting that nice balcony, that canopy of shade. And that is my report for today.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Gilbertosi.
Thank you. Well, I'm gonna start off my comments by making a statement to be as clear as I possibly can on this. As I understand it, local public contracts law requires council approval of payments. If any professional services firm currently working with the borough continues to perform services for the borough after tonight, and they were not reappointed by vote of this council, they will be at significant risk of not getting paid. That's my comment. Otherwise, I did want to point out that we RFP'd a position for our IT consultant. And there were no proposals submitted. Our incumbent didn't submit a proposal, no competitor submitted a proposal. And for about a month, if not more, I've been asking if our administration would just re-request proposals. So far to date, that has not happened. So I believe this is another example of a carryover appointment. But unlike the others, this one didn't even submit a proposal. And I think this is a very important position for the borough. And I think we should have the ability to evaluate competitive proposals for our IT consultant. So I'm not sure if I'm going to make a motion right now. I'm not sure if I can make this particular motion for this evening, or if I have to wait till just put it on the agenda for next meeting. But I'm going to make a motion that our business administrator conduct a new RFP process as soon as practical for the position of information technology consultant.
Greg, can you do that?
I mean, I don't need a motion. We can just do it.
I've been asking for a
I
month.
don't believe you could take official action like that. That was not published.
Okay.
So in that case, the answer was I probably can't make a motion like that and take official action if it wasn't published 48 hours notice to the public. So I'm gonna make a motion that we add this request for the business administrator to conduct a new RFP process to our next meeting agenda.
Okay.
Mr. Marco?
Greg, we're in the clear here. We can.
Because you're gonna consider it next time with full
Yeah.
notice to everybody, yes.
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes.
Okay, another comment. unless a lot of you went through in painful detail, all these different resolutions we passed tonight, you might not have noticed that we, in all of these resolutions, we added, contract addendum language. And I just want to share with the public what that means and, and why we did it. The language basically states, this award is being made subject to the execution of the professional service contract addendum. So we're telling all of these bidders, we're giving you this work subject to this one addendum. And the one addendum basically says, you, the successful bidder, will provide written status reports addressed to the entire governing body. Your work must be for statutory duties or otherwise assigned and confirmed in writing. So they can't do things that are not their statutory responsibilities unless they confirm it in writing to the council. And then finally, that all written communications shall copy or blind copy all members of the governing body. And I advocated for this language, and the council very nicely agreed, because I have had frustrations over the past year with some of the professionals that we've hired being totally non-responsive, at least in my opinion, to various members of the council, including myself. So this language just is a reminder to all of the firms we hire that they serve the entire council. Sometimes, they tend to take direction from the administration first, but forget that the council might have input as well. I have a quick update I have two updates on police data. One is just a quick narrative that our K9 units were deployed a total of 5 times to assist neighboring towns in vehicle searches, evidence searches, and tracking. And all 5 deployments yielded successful results for the investigations in question. So that's pretty cool, I thought. Also, a local subject was arrested for making a false police report. Another individual was arrested for possession of a weapon for an unlawful purpose. On top of these quick updates, I did have an opportunity to sit down with Chief Guida, and he described to me and has prepared some information about additional reporting that I think could be really exciting. So as soon as I get an opportunity to review that and summarize it better, I'll be presenting this additional data for the public. But some of it, as I understand it, are basically ratings or evaluations of how we compare to neighboring municipalities. And according to the chief, we have some really incredibly good results to share. So, more to come on that. There's been some confusion in the public about the beach badge policies that the mayor had recently communicated. And when I spoke with the mayor, we did say beach badge. I'm sorry, beach lockers, sorry. But when I spoke to the mayor said, no, that was his effort to just get a communication out to the residents. So you all knew what was being contemplated. And I just want to announce that the mayor has said we will have a workshop to allow the public input on that, the beach lockers. Oh, and then finally, something that again, residents have brought this to my attention. And when I say that, I mean in the form of local complaints. When we moved our meetings to Wednesdays, there was an unintended consequence, and that is that our agendas used to go out on a Friday evening, the state requires 48 hours notice to the public. Well, they used to go out Friday evenings because we were on a Tuesday, and we needed Friday evening to get the full 48 hours Monday and Tuesday. However, the unintended consequences when we moved it to Wednesday, as people continue to tell me, we're now setting out the agendas on Monday evenings. That is complying with 48 hours, but if you compare it to where the residents were prior to this change, the residents had 4 calendar days. It went out Friday evenings, so Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. And we moved them from 4 calendar days of review and opportunity to question whatever to 2. So my statement to the public is I'm going to, over the next few weeks, work with the rest of the council to determine if there is an opportunity for us to give the public more notice.
All right, thanks.
Okay, anyway, that's the last of my
Yes,
statement.
I just comment on that. It's our intent to do Fridays because of the reorg. Well, I'm sorry, the last meeting that we had an emergency which precluded us flat out. And with the reorganizations, we just ran out of time, but I don't see any problem with Fridays going forward.
Yeah,
It should, Monday should be an exception going forward, not the rule. We should rarely have that happen.
Don't we have a local ordinance that says it has to be 72?
No.
I think we used to.
We used to.
We changed it.
When did we get rid of that?
not in there now.
I snuck it in. No, I don't know. It's 48.
For the agenda?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
It was changed this summer with the chapter 5 minutes.
We're keeping it to the.
So people have to get items to the clerk 96 hours in advance, but which is technically Saturday night now, I'm gonna look at that again. And then it's 48 for the agenda.
So my only point being, we want to give the public, all those comments we made right up front in the meeting that, we're all serving the public and we want to do what's right by the public. We want to give you, we certainly didn't want to penalize the public by taking away 2 days. So if we can work this out, that we continue to do this on Fridays, that would actually give the public an extra day, which is obviously.
That's our intent. That is our intent.
That's correct.
Yes.
Thank you, Leonard.
Thank you, Councilwoman DeMarco.
Yes, the Bradley Beach Environmental Commission met on January 9th. We welcomed new members Dan Bagley and Katie Mitchell to the team. Also wanted to congratulate Liz Hernandez on being elected chair and Dan Lees on his election as secretary. The commission discussed the EV charging station resolution that was on the agenda for tonight. We also discussed potential events for 2023, which I see Jim Shishius in the room, which would include a celebration of the 10-year anniversary of the Maritime Forest. We understand is this year, so we'd love to talk with you more about that. Also includes workshops and an Adopt a Drain initiative. And also of note, that was also mentioned at the council tonight, the date of the spring beach sweeps has been set for April 1st. So we hope to see you all there at the gazebo.
April Fools, is it?
No. Getting up early maybe, but no. The Bradley Beach Land Use Board met on January 19th. We welcomed some new board member Liz Hernandez, who now represents the Environmental Commission on that board. I want to congratulate Dennis Mayer on his reelection as chair and Harvey Rosenberg on his reelection as vice chair. The board memorialized 2 resolutions and considered and approved an application for a bulk variance for fence height on a corner lot. The 2022 annual report was also discussed. Additionally, I attended the 2023 Bradley Beach Business and Community Alliance annual meeting. The BBBCA welcomes new board members, Mayor Engelstad and Christine Dickler, and a whole roster of Alliance advisors, about 20 of them. Their 2022 accomplishments include a 43% growth in membership, 24 events which engaged hundreds of residents, business owners, and nonprofits, and a new slogan, "An engaged community is stronger together." The BBBCA also announced Boost Bradley Beach. It's a year-long campaign that's designed to promote shopping local. 1 weekend a month was designated as Boost Days, and it's going to be centered around a monthly theme. So the next Boost Days are February 11th and 12th, and the theme is Love is in the Air. So the shops in town who are members of the BBCA, they may have special promotions that have to do with the theme. Really, I encourage you to go to the website and check it out. But I do want to give many thanks to Paula Gavin and all the other volunteers who made 2022 a successful year for the BBCA. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Weber.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a comment. We talked about this asset inventory. Obviously, we started today talking about the Biazzi Center. And I believe that did a full asset inventory happen as part of the whole church evaluation. So that should exist, right? I'm just.
Yeah,
It's
just, but that's basically square footage and it's not really condition of asset, potential, reconfiguration.
Okay.
That, yeah.
All right, I appreciate being made the second liaison for Shade Tree, so thank you for that. It is a part of our ordinance, so I'm glad we did that. Jane left out one thing for the school, that is that family fun night is tomorrow. That's okay. That's okay. Sorry, you wouldn't know unless you're. So family fun night, it's a fundraiser at the school. It's for to help the 8th graders to Washington in the spring. So I don't exactly know what kind of fun they have planned, but it's a fun night. So go out to family fun night. It's tomorrow night at the school and support the 8th graders. And also with respect to school, I will say that Jane gave a great recap of that basketball game. And the girls team ended up 5-2 13 for the year, but that's actually the best that they've done in a very long time. And we've got 6th graders on the team, so we could be talking about a winning season in the near future. Like I'm betting on it. So, if you haven't heard, so Bradley Beach Arts Council is putting on a play. There, is that flyer? The flyer usually, is it there? Is the title Ellis Island?
Yes, it
Okay,
is.
I'm just gonna look here. And then-
Dream of America.
Oh, Dream of America, okay. This is actually a repeat, it's been done before. I took my kids, I go see live theater in your town. You know, they say shop local and support local artists, do that too. Do both of those things. I think it's great. There are 6, count them, 6 different performances. They are gonna be at the school, so check them out. Definitely worthwhile, especially if the weather's like this. Go sit in live theater.
I'm going Sunday at 2 o'clock. So
Sunday
if
at 2
anybody
o'clock.
wants.
Councilwoman.
That-
Carol.
Yeah.
Okay, and I hope I didn't take that away from you, Mr. Mayor. I was gonna say that.
I'll plug it again. You can't plug it enough.
Right.
6 performances, we gotta get people there. With 6, but I don't want a performance with 10 people there. That wouldn't be good.
Yeah, because he's gonna hear about it.
The auditorium is beautiful.
So, we're just trading, council liaison spots here, but so the Fletcher Lake Commission did meet. I was not able to make that due to a work commitment, but I'm really excited to be, liaison to Fletcher Lake, and you're gonna be hearing a lot about them and everything they're up to in the future. So, that is the extent of my report. Oh, wait, we all got this email? Were you planning to read this email?
I can read it if you'd like. If you'd like to read it.
You know, I'm gonna read this because it was,
What's it relative to?
it's the Beach Locker email.
Council
and I
questions
should-
and comments.
Should we wait till,
I got
this is resident comments?
It is a resident
We
comment.
can wait till public comments and I'll be more than happy to
That'd
read
be
it.
great.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I've got a few comments and a couple liaison things. You know, continue to be a great community. We ended on a good note last year. We're blessed with a lot of opportunities and challenges, and hopefully we can rise to all those challenges. So I'll start with where Councilman Weber kind of ended up, and that's the big show this weekend and next, Ellis Island Dream of America. One point that Julia Rand asked me to convey is that this is really dedicated to people of Ukraine. There are 6 performances, so that's a great theater to watch it. For those who have been in that theater, it's a renovated auditorium in the upstairs of the school. It's a great place to see a play. So I'll be there on a number of performances because I do like a little prelude. So I'll be seeing a lot of the school this next 2 weeks. On the library, there's a ton of things going on, and there always are. I'll just kind of go through them quickly. There's a library puzzle exchange ongoing through the end of the month. Winter reading, you can log in through February 28th. There's a prize process against how many books you read. Thursday, there's an interesting conversation with a memoir author. And it's going to be in concert with the Agudatha Achim group, which I probably fractured their name. But it talks about generation to generation, memoir on food, family, and identity. So it should be rather interesting. There is a registration required for that. That's January 26th at 6 p.m. Actually tomorrow. So if you want to go, it's tomorrow. Friday, February 3rd, take your child to the library day. There will be prizes if you bring your child, and also if you're a reader. Here's a new and different one. Read to a dog. Children in K through 4 are going to practice their reading skills by reading to dogs at the library. I'm hoping they film that. That should be interesting. Most Mondays from 3 to 5, there is a Nintendo Switch for kids, 7 to 18 can play Nintendo. And probably one that I'm really proud of that they're doing this is one-on-one computer assistance. You make an appointment and they'll help you improve your computer skills. The experts we have there, so that's pretty cool. I think Councilwoman DeMarco mentioned the BBBCA. Held their annual meeting Monday. It was very exciting. We had musicians, cheerleaders, Superintendent Heidelberg, who I'm very impressed with, is doing a great job. talking about 22 and then going into 23, some great things going on. Recreation, aftercare is still going Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 3:10 to 6. There's still some spots open. A couple other key things going on, crosswords and coffee every Tuesday at 10 a.m., free Zumba every Saturday at 10 a.m., core health and heart forgiveness, February 12th, February 12th. And then there's a 4-part guided meditation series that they're beginning. And then the last is the Tween Heart Dance on February 17th. It's open to grades 5 through 8. They have a DJ, pizza, slices, and more. Those are the liaison activities that I'm responsible for. Just a couple quick borough business items. We're closing out 22, trying to work through 23, as we discussed earlier today. You heard that we're moving on both Sylvan Lake and McCabe. That's very important infrastructure. We've got to get those projects buttoned up. Sewer project, we're able to accomplish a lot with paving and new curbs and aprons. We're going to try to complete, we are going to complete phase 2 early this year. You all heard about the roof project. We're going to be continuing to try to focus on that and fix this situation we have across the parking lot. And just a note on the Lorraine Avenue Church, some of the elements or steps BA Humphrey is working on, costs, appraisals, et cetera. We should have something in February, at least to report back to the council. We don't have anything complete at this point. It won't even be complete then. It'll be just, here's where we are, but it'll be the majority. That is my report. If we can now move to there's no announcements, public comments. Why don't we start with that?
Sure.
Why don't we start with that,
Okay, so I received an email from Joanne Bedia and Deborah Heffernan from 318 Ocean Park Avenue. In a recent email from Michelle Wiley, the following was proposed. We are considering automating the application process, which would feature a fairer process. Locker numbers would be assigned randomly to the beach you leased this past summer season. This letter is in response to the locker assignment proposal. My name is Deborah Heffernan, and I purchased my home at 318 Ocean Park Avenue in 1998 with Joanne Bedia. We have had our beach locker since inception. I do not understand or agree that assigned randomly is a fairer process. What does that mean? How do you randomly assign? Who randomly assigns? Is it a computer-generated program? Is there a personal intervention? How is that more fair than those of us who have owned since inception? Shouldn't they be assigned based on the length of ownership? We strongly believe that locker numbers should be assigned giving priority based on the length of ownership of locker, period. That's the fairest way and removes any question of bias, favoritism, or other influences. Thank you for your consideration.
thank you. Any other public comments? Yes.
My name is Shashia, 112 4th Avenue. With summer quickly approaching, we are all looking forward to our traditional Memorial Day parade. Last year's festivals on the ocean front netted the borough $1,800. Maybe it is time for the mayor and council to rethink the location of festivals. It is an important event. It is important for event planners to realize the adverse impact these events have on residents on the first 3 blocks. Due to the noise, odors, and parking problems, they deny residents the opportunity of a quiet environment of their property. These festivals do not increase beach revenues, and we all know too well how popular, our beaches are on a hot summer day. Finally, if festivals are to be scheduled, please plan them to take place in Riley Park and on Main Street. This is the part of our town that needs to be discovered, and we need to support our local businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes. but you. it's one of the vehicles. Do we
I
have-
have not started that yet. I wait till you get up to that podium and say,
Do you have-
I know better.
Eric, did you see any hands up?
At the moment, no.
Huh? 1, 2, 3, go. Nancy Meadow, Ocean Park condominiums. Ms. DeNoble, thank you for taking over and being the school liaison. They are our future, and it's nice to see somebody caring.
My pleasure.
Reading to a dog is not something to be smirked at. It is a significant, important tool for many children to learn
I don't
to
disagree.
read.
I don't disagree. Yeah.
You do not talk on my time. This says about commitment to be inclusive. I walk in this building to the right, our notice is posted behind glass, they're only in English. I opened the website, which is a whole other thing, but to translate, you have to go down, 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 all the way to the bottom. I would think if we were inclusive, the translating button would be at the top. 2022 began with what we called recycle bay. I realized in retrospect, it was not recycle bay. It was office bay. Because Borough Hall wanted new offices, but they didn't disclose it to the public, they just spent our money. And amazingly, it ended with office bay, with 2 offices becoming 1. And that also wasn't shared with the public. And what is most galling about it, this, being the best of the residents of Bradley Beach, I would think for every one of you, especially the CEO, the primary job would be to promote Bradley Beach. After that, Monmouth County, after that, the state, and then our country. To walk into that office and see artwork about New York is quite honestly offensive. I can't make you say things accurately. You can say my name wrong. You can call it the Bradley Beach Food Pantry, which is the Bradley Pantry. You can say the wrong things for the BBBCA. But as far as I am aware, there is no outlet pipe on McCabe Avenue. And I certainly hope we don't send professionals to go fix it. The outlet pipe I'm aware of is on Ocean Park Avenue. So here we are again, calling something incorrect, which goes to the accuracy of the work that is done in this borough. From the top down. Although I will say, the town seems to do a good job lately. I go to find announcements, 12:23. We're in a freeze. I would expect, silly me, that at the top of the website will be something about a warming center. Yes, I'm not talking a cooling center this time, Mr. Weber. It's a warming center. There was not a thing. I even scrolled down. There wasn't a thing. Who cares? I don't know, but I did understand all the phone calls I got from people asking me what to do, that he was out. And I just said, come on over, my news. And talking the website, today's 1:25. And when you finally do find the announcements, it tells me that on 116, our offices were closed. That's the first announcement you see, over a week ago. Then it says we had a clinic on 119. So it's after 116, and there's a play on 127, after all of that. I don't, we paid a finance charge, maybe it's because they're doing a bad job and we shouldn't be paying this company. But as I always say, it's about the information you put in, although this design is just not at all good. I don't see, we converted paychecks with Mr. Brown to form out our payroll. I don't see where we pay a payroll company anymore, and that's one of the things they've got us into trouble. And we were told that all that auditing of payroll and errors was completed, and we were paying that off in 2022. So how are we now paying somebody to payroll assess again? I couldn't find a contact us section on the website. I'm sure it's there. I just couldn't find it. I can go on and on and on, but it's not funny anymore. Something needs to be done, the design, the consistency. You guys have been the council since January 1st at 2:30 this morning. Nothing about the 2 new members. No, I haven't checked since 2:30 this morning. So who knows, maybe I'm wrong now. I just do the job and do it correctly. Stop putting your nose into our lockers and do the right thing. And speaking of doing the right thing, I was annoyed and not surprising.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor?
Huh? Wait, just let me do one thing. I never see.
No, it's point of order. If there is somebody making disparaging comments about the speaker online here, and I think we are paying a professional, we're paying somebody to monitor Zoom, and I'd like them to either kick this person off or do whatever, because they're making disparaging comments about. Ms. Moreno, and it's just, I understand it, but it's proper.
Just, Todd, can you,
Yeah, if I say
you
do
might
the
have
job,
picked it up.
there's an example.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilman. I didn't see it.
What I wanted to say was I lynched Stacy, which was quite a lovely event. Yeah. I invite all of you to pay your $50 a year fee and become a member of the club as long as you're 55 plus.
Thank you.
Good
Any
to
other
see you
public
there.
comments?
Huh? Yeah.
It's good to see
Okay,
you.
if there's no other public comments, oh, I'm sorry. Sleep at the wheel again?
Serious man, or one end, whoever it was. Thank you.
But we should be able to find out like who them was. I think that's a way to figure that, should be able to do that.
Thank you, Todd. Dr. Tom McGuire, 610 Brilliant Avenue. I just had a question about the legal advice on the CME engineer. I know, Mayor, you had said something about it, your interpretation, but I was just wondering if Mr. Cannon can fill us in as far as what the interpretation of why there is a conflict and why this had to get tabled. Is he able to answer that? You gave your interpretation of the CME.
Oh, I thought you said T and M. I thought you said T and M.
Was it T and M?
No, I thought you said T and M.
Yeah, I said that, but looking at what we got tabled, that
No.
it was a TME person.
No, that's correct.
CME,
You made a statement, a legal statement saying like, this is my interpretation of the statute,
CME.
correct?
You're correct.
Okay, so can Mr. Cannon give his interpretation of what it is, why there is a flooding of this? Because I don't know, he's a lawyer, so I just want to know what he says.
Sure.
Thank you.
I think we're still working through it, so.
So I'd love to hear his opinion. So
So maybe if you want to, after the meeting, because it's really, we've got to work through it and, you know, I don't want to create a.
I speak at your guys' pleasure, so.
Yeah, whatever we do. We can talk right after the meeting.
I'll be happy.
Thank you.
Thank you. I love it.
Not too long, we gotta go to bed.
I agree. And my next statement was that we are tabling more things. I know you all agreed to them, but this meeting was postponed, you know, we had some extra time. Does it really take that long? So I'm just a little concerned about that. And then next, I did see that on the bills list, there was a pole inventory. I know we've been asking that for a while. When are we gonna get the what's in that and what we're gonna be doing with that?
It's been submitted to you, Commissioner.
So Kim has,
When?
I don't remember exactly what.
Month, week, day?
Month ago.
Month ago. Okay, so we've had it for a month. All right, so if there's.
well,
any-
business administrator's been out for 3 weeks. so-
I understand, but
Yeah.
you can get forward. Some of you have access to your email. So if there's any way we can get an inventory, because I love seeing the poll down. It's like this, it's terrible. So if we can get that.
Well, there's a number of
Next
people working.
is, I had a question about the BVCA. I'm a member and I just was wondering, are they a private entity, a private business?
They're nonprofit.
They're nonprofit.
Yep.
Okay, just checking. The last question is the dividers, they're killing me. Why are there still dividers up there?
Because we're spiked on COVID and it's,
So do we have them at all of the meetings?
oh, yeah,
So we have them at the land use board meetings?
I don't know. I'm not responsible for that meeting.
So I seen the last meeting and there was absolutely no divider. So just saying, like, I think the dividers are a little pointless now and I really love it. So you all can be like next to each other. I feel like there's still a division there. So it'd just be nice.
I think it's for,
So if they were there, then they would be at the land use board as well, and they're not,
Not
and
necessarily.
no one else uses them at any other board meeting. I checked Mascons, malls, I checked all of them.
thank you.
No one's using them, so I really think at this point, they're just
Thank you.
for show. So is there any possibility that we can get rid of them?
You're okay with that?
My neighbor.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay,
okay with
thank
it. I removed mine today, so I
Okay.
think it's a personal
Thank you.
choice.
It's just a personal choice. It's
Yeah.
Nothing like in Mandy, right?
So,
Okay, I just think it's just silly that we still have them up there, so
yeah,
it's.
I like
Okay.
elbow room. so-
Thank you. Yes.
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue. I want to thank the council for voting down and doing more research into the route that we got as a center. Also voting down the green spot. I mean, it was frustrating. I had to do an Oprah and, the clerk had to run around and try to, you didn't get the time limit, but you tried, and I appreciate that.
Well, the
But
date was safe, so I
it
got it
didn't
to
give me
you.
enough information to comment at the meeting. But again, I would appreciate if we put more things on the website in the other documents section. We have a lot of smart people here that live here and they like to read the information, and I think it'll make the meetings go much faster. In terms of the EV stations, if you're gonna do the another RFP, it must be specific to say not in residential areas. Because, we were told, and it's gotta be in writing, the residents need to know in writing. We were told there wouldn't be an Altice box on Evergreen Avenue by Mayor Engelstad. And the neighbors all said they didn't want it. Oh, we're gonna move it somewhere else. Nobody got it in writing, and now there's an Altice box and it is very ugly on Evergreen Avenue, which was put in the Fox administration. So, I mean, it just gotta be in writing, and I'm really wondering, Mr. Cannon, about this vote on Green Spot. Why was there no resolution for yes or no on the December 13th meeting? Or the agenda for the January 11th meeting? Why was there only one to approve it?
I believe the council made their concerns known after that. Or sometime there's ongoing conversations between that, and then we put one together, because frankly, when I came here, I didn't know whether the council would approve it or not. So we made it either or, the clerk and I.
Because the vote was interrupted at the December meeting, the 13th. They took the vote, there were 4 members, 2 voted no, so clearly it wasn't going forward. Ms. Humphrey interrupted the vote and said, oh, we better table it, like in the middle of a vote. I mean, it just seems improper to me that in the middle of a vote, an employee can say, hey, wait a minute, we better table it. So it came very close, in my point, to being approved if the 5th person was there. Because it ended up being 2-2 on that night. So again, those are the things that I get.
I mean, it's different people now, so this is what the people up here wanted to do, and that's what we
Okay.
prepared for tonight.
Okay, and then Mayor, on your locker, I mean, if it isn't broken, don't fix it.
On my locker,
On the locker note that you sent out to the public,
I didn't send a locker note out to the public.
who sent it out?
The person responsible.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Willie, did she send it out?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, okay, so in that note, I do 100% agree that there should be 3 handicaps. I think that's a great idea, right by but otherwise the system works. We were out there in the cold, there were 30 people having coffee and enjoying each other on the first day they were accepting the applications. It was actually a nice community event. 4 years ago, I got out there at 6:30, I was number 1. Last year, I got out there at 6:45 and I was number 4. I mean, people are on their game, and it's actually a nice community event, even in the cold weather. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, there are no executive,
We have 2 hands.
oh, we got 2, yeah, okay, I'm sorry, we got 2 new ones.
Yes. First, we have Rick.
Hi, Rick Bartolome, 116 Newark Avenue. Just my only comment is there any update on the status of the Airbnb study?
We are, that will be, in February, we plan on bringing that forward.
As a workshop?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next we have Don Greenberg.
Hi, Don Greenberg, 302 Park Place Ave. Got a question on the professional services appointment, specifically the one that was voted down. tonight. Mr. Mayor, are you, do you get the advice of council before you make these nominations?
Yes.
So if you get the advice of council and you knew that the majority of the council didn't want this one particular nomination for auditor, why in God's name would you put that person up knowing it's going to get voted down?
That's my prerogative to nominate who I think is the appropriate person.
But if you know it's going to get voted, that didn't answer my question. My question was, if you know it's going to get voted down, why wouldn't you work with council to find somebody that's acceptable to everybody instead of just, wasting time and going through the motions when you know it's not going to pass? I mean, it doesn't seem like that's an efficient way to do business, does it?
Number one, you don't know if something's gonna pass until you take a vote.
Well, you already said you had advice of council, so you would know who was in favor and who wasn't.
Actually, there were one or two things tonight that votes changed, so stuff changes. I make the best nomination I can with the available information I have, and I did that.
Okay, so what's going to happen now that the auditor was voted down, it goes into a holdover? Are you going to try to work to find a consensus nominee to replace the holdover?
That remains to be seen. We'll see.
Well, wait, so you're saying that you're saying you don't want to find a consensus nominee, or you're just vacillating and not wanting to answer the question?
I'm not vacillating to answer the question. I don't have a good answer to the question because I'm not sure where it's going to go.
No, I'm asking you, will you work to find a consensus nominee to at some point replace the holdover?
I always work to get consensus.
So then you're saying you will work to find a consensus nominee?
I was working on trying to get a consensus nominee up until 2 days ago.
Okay. And I would ask the other council members, were any other names provided to you besides the one that was put out tonight?
We had
Not
two
sure.
proposals for auditor. If we were asking about auditor, we had two proposals.
Okay, so there were 2 names presented?
There was at least 2. I'm not sure if there was a third or not. I have to look at the RFP book.
And was there anyone that, the majority of the council could agree on?
Yes.
There was. So that's my question. If there was a consensus nominee from the council, why wasn't that the person you nominated?
Okay, I'm going to say it one more time that I have the
Well, I know that. I know you have the prerogative. It's not a matter of who has the power. This isn't a power game. This is doing what's beneficial for the town.
That's exactly it's exactly my criteria is what's the best decision for the town. It was my determination. It was my view that was the best appointment for the town.
Okay, and so going forward, so I guess we have to wait and see if we can come up with another. So if there was a consensus nominee, would you put that person up now or that firm?
I'm not sure where you're going with this.
Well, I want to see, are we going to get somebody to replace the person that the majority of the council doesn't want there?
Ask your question again.
Are we going to get a new auditor at some point that will replace the current auditor that the majority of council does not want?
I don't know the answer to that. And I think this is just getting to be counterproductive right now. And I'd appreciate the.
Well, it is my time. So, if I want to ask a question until I get, until I get a clear answer, that is my prerogative.
Go right ahead. Go right ahead. Ask your question.
Oh, no, that was it. I could see I could see the answer I'm getting here. My other question is, it actually has nothing to do with council. It's just a general question. There's a business in town called the Space Bar. Does anybody know what the heck that is?
Yeah,
I do. No, you probably do a better job. Go ahead.
No, and she's a fantastic creator artist who has her own work in there, but additionally, she also uses it as an event space. So she'll have other crafters and makers and artists come in and use it, and they have great over the summer. They had fantastic kind of tailgate parties where it was all different vendors and makers, and really go in, check it out. I got an adorable necklace of the state of New Jersey with a little heart where Bradley Beach is. Great hostess gifts, fantastic look.
And Don,
Thanks, Councilwoman DeMarco.
if you're watching a video on YouTube and you press this, you press the space bar to make it play, and that symbol kind of looks like a triangle, kind of like a D. Her first name's Danielle, and then if you press the space bar again, it pauses it, and that symbol kind of looks like an H, and her last name's Hoffman, so it's like kind of figured out that this
Oh, cool.
all fits together, so that's what it's all about.
Thanks,
It
Councilwoman.
also makes things out of the Garden State Parkway tokens.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
That's really cool too. That's a cool gift.
She has an actual Garden State Parkway token booth in that store, and you should go see it, so you can relive your Parkway
Cool.
token.
I'll have to check it out next time I'm there. Thanks, folks.
Thank you.
Okay, I do not see any more hands.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question of the council here? Greg, I know you studied up on a lot of laws tonight, but is there any law for people on Zoom that they have to present themselves as themselves? Or can they just be, because we got Tony Stark and we've got some other colorful people.
I mean, if the people want to speak, they have to identify their name and address.
Okay,
But if people
like I
want to, that's a risk of the board. If they want to sit behind the black screen, that's their right.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay, we have no executive
Mask,
session.
or otherwise bother for it.
Have no executive session items, so. I'll make-
Mayor?
Yes. Oh, I'm
Hey.
sorry. Yes,
Hi,
Kim.
good evening. This is Kim, the business administrator. My Wi-Fi isn't good, so my video is not on. Plus, I don't look great, so I'm not gonna put my video on tonight. I just wanted to thank everyone. I know everyone's been working hard on the RFP process. I do understand why things were tabled. I just want to, again, please, there's certain council who haven't spoken to me about some of the changes with some of the professionals that I work with on almost a day-to-day basis, and in emergent situations. So if you have any questions, or if you feel as though something was wrong in the prior year and that's why you're changing, please talk to me, because I also have department heads that feel very strongly for some of these professional appointments. I just want to let everyone know I'll be back next week. Thank you, Mayor, for doing day-to-day office hours. I appreciate it. And thank you to all the employees who have really done just a great job. Well, I've been online each day working with them, but they've really done a wonderful job. And I do want to address the fact with the payroll system, the reason why we don't pay the payroll company each payroll now is because I negotiated along with the CFO to have our bank pay most of our payroll services up to a certain dollar threshold. So we do not pay our payroll company each month. They just process payroll. Our CFO and payroll clerk are the ones that, do the day-to-day payroll operations. So if that answers any questions. And then we don't pay an actual company for our day-to-day website updates. We are working very hard at making sure we are doing the day-to-day updates. And when people contact us that something is not up to date or correct, we do go in and immediately change that. There were a few people that asked for certain things tonight. If you go to the reports section, you will find that information there on the website. And then I think that's everything. Again, thank you, everyone. That's all.
If you watch Howl meetings, you can't see who's watching. Remember, we watched the planning, so they have to figure out how not to have names on the screen.
Well, and then trying to keep talking, being paid.
Right, but they shouldn't even be visible, like, there's gotta be a better way.
You can set it up as a where the.
All right, make a motion to adjourn.
Then you can promote.
Right. All in favor? Aye. Aye.
We had someone bollards in Red Guy.
Yeah.
From then on, set up as a panel, so you didn't have the ability to do anything on the public screen unless you were promoted.
And then.